Okay, it's just the two of us hanging out today.
Beautiful day.
While it's just the two of us, I want to encourage you on your verbatims, the future ones for section 6 and 7, spiritual assessment, and 7, theological, spiritual, philosophical reflection. I want to encourage you to address more of the 6 or 7 prompts that are under each one. Okay? Not, and this is for going forward. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Making up.
Uh-oh. I didn't hear what you said.
So making it more elaborate.
No, if you just, I don't have it in front of me. I had it. Wait a minute. Yes, I do. In the, see, what is verbatim? 5.8. Yeah, so under 6, I guess you could say more elaborate, but just answer more of the questions. It says, how did you assess this person's spiritual need? What spiritual assessment model or theory did you use? So name the
Okay.
model or the theory and break down how you actually used it. What did the patient do or say that led to your assessment? So there's all these questions. I want to encourage you to answer more of those questions specifically for both 6 and 7 going forward. Uh-oh, I'm missing.
Okay. Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Victor.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Fredo.
Alfredo, welcome.
You didn't welcome me.
Dana, you were in the house before all of us.
Well, I still might
Welcome
need
in us.
welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I feel better. Lisa is running a little late. She'll be joining us soon. And Alice, you don't have to wait for her, but maybe she'll make it. Good morning, Alfredo. Did everybody see
Good
Alice
morning.
for a hot second? Okay.
I am back. Where is Lisa?
She texts and says she's running late. So
Oh,
we can go ahead and begin without her. And she will join us as soon as she can.
Donna, I got the FCM response. after I spoke to you.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah, it was good.
So since we don't know how long, I'm so glad. Since we don't know how long it'll be before Alice joins us, before Lisa joins us, let's go ahead and begin with you, Alice, and our spiritual grounding, reflection, whatever we want to call it.
Jesus Christ, Son of the living God, have mercy on me. I completely forgot.
Oh, okay. I thought that's how you were starting. Okay. Okay, Victor,
Do you want me
had
to
a
take my
wonderful
break?
response. Did you see Victor's response?
Do you want me to take my break and write something quickly during the break time? Or I can do it next week with somebody else who is doing. I could take my break and write something else quickly, but it will not be the best. Or I am so sorry. I completely 100,000% forgot.
Okay, I will completely 100,000% forgive you if you don't ever say again, I will take my break. I assume you mean the self-care education and practice session.
Right.
Okay. No, I don't want you to do that. I'll find another time for you to present. Okay.
Okay, I will do that. And I'm so sorry.
I'll just look at our schedule and let you know which date. Okay.
Okay,
Because
thank
I want you to be able to put forth your best.
Yes, I will put for my best, extra best because of that.
Okay. Extra best is great. Now, what are you not going to have? Don't even say the word. All right.
Don't say the word.
Don't say that word because that's not what we have. Okay. So having said that, I thank you all for your verbatims. I did receive them all. And we can launch right in with a verbatim if someone would like to go first.
Can I fill for her? Can I fill up for her?
Can you fill up for her?
Mm-hmm.
What? I don't
Is
know
it
what that
possible?
means. What does that
That
mean?
as in the interfaith, right?
Oh, you want to do it instead?
I don't know what. Is it possible?
I don't know, Victor. I haven't had the privilege to know you long enough to know if it's possible for you to do that.
I know him. It's possible.
Group open to Victor doing that. He desires to do that. I don't have a requirement for you to do it, but if the group desires for you to do that, please give Victor some feedback.
I will honor his request. If he wants to, I honor the request.
Okay.
Yes, me too.
Alfredo saying yes too.
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Lisa. We were missing you already.
Thank you.
Did share with them that you text and you'd be here as soon as you could.
Thank you.
So just to update you, Alice forgot that she was doing our spiritual reflection today, and Victor has said he would like to do it, and Alice and Alfredo have said they would welcome that, and so that's what we're getting ready to receive from Victor.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Alicia, welcome. Should we give you time to strap your seatbelt and?
No, I'm good. I appreciate it.
Okay. So welcome all of us to this moment of interfaith reflection. It's a moment to feel this space that all of us consider safe. Safe to be in together, safe to be with one another. And I want you to go with me on a journey into embracing the reality around us from within and without. It's been simmering hot in parts of the globe. Many cities and nations have experienced severe and extreme warmth in ways that they never experienced for some time. It is the joy of welcoming the summer that is turning into scorching heat. Why? The drive to build and enrich the vault, the drive for capital, monetary and financial rights. That we have as a treasure. No wonder why of finding peace in outer space, exploring, probing, and looking at distant hemispheres, seeking abode when we have destroyed what we have within and in us. As we take time to come to terms with the reality they say, how you make your bed, appreciate the beauty that we have. The collective that we have received, though tribe and tongue may differ, though the color of hair and the eyes may differ, we share a community. Let us go back to our roots and our origins and appreciate the rainbow, the diversity, the different coloration, beautiful spectrum of what unites us. Even though our conceptions, orientation, our origins, are diverse, but we have a common root of how we learn, and we look forward to coming back together to that same point from which we diverged. So let's take a moment as an opportunity to come back our bearing and come back to our roots. Be in this our sacred and common place where we interact with wholeheartedness, sharing with one another, laughing and crying together, critiquing one another, directing opinions in how to come out better diamonds that are being hewn and polished so that we shine out the bright for the world to see. I thank you for the silence. Thank you for the peace. I thank you for listening, giving me an ear to make me out of my little thoughts. Moment to listen to ourselves with the reading that comes with our breath, with the that matches, to understand that harmony is a peace that we all crave. And we hope that they will find a name, a real name for what, who, and how everything came to be.
Victor, are you welcoming comments now, or are we still in silence? Thank you. I really like this reflection. I like how calm your voice was and inviting, and the pace that you were talking allowed me to kind of have a reset and reframe my mind from all the busyness that I had before I came in. Um, and you're talking about the beauty. It reminded me of, immediately took me outside to the garden, to the sunshine and to the beauty of nature. I feel relaxed and I feel at peace, and um, thank you for the reflection. It was really good.
Thank you, Victor, for that reflection. Your tone of voice, so calm. The pause that you make in the reflection make us think, so peaceful. It's like a be in a place with you just can hear the wind or the waves, nothing else, refreshing your soul, your spirit, in a beautiful sunny day, lay down in the grass. Beautiful. Thank you, Victor. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your reflection.
Thanks, Victor. You actually took us on a journey. I needed that moment, and yeah, you gave me a moment that I needed to breathe, and just come back. It was like a really deep, reflective moment. So I, like all my peers, I really appreciate it. I have some questions for you though. In terms of contextual clarity, what is the setting? What is the caring setting? What setting are you addressing, um or um or what faith tradition are you using? I'm sure you're assuming we know already, but I think it's important that you still naming what is your care setting, what is the learning moment that is prompting the interfaith reflection, and also the faith tradition being used. Yeah. I don't know if you.
Okay. It was last week. I walked into a patient's room, and the patient was intubated and all that, unresponsive. But they had an audio visual, a, a TV set, soft music at the background. The visual was, scenery, mountains and cascade fountains, just nature. So, and this little, I don't know if I was able to weave it together the way it come out, but you could see peace, within that environment, soft music. You could strain to hear the sound and it will lead you and deeper into silence. So, and it has also deep therapeutic effects, especially within our care context. So nature is curative in itself. So within the interfaith reflection, I wanted to bring that same peace, that nature, you know, has as its abode, and also nature as instrument to bring it within ourselves and also use it in the care encounter. So that's what I set out to do. Probably I didn't name the tradition like you said, but being interfaith, it has to be concepts that anybody can key into. Thank
Thank you.
I appreciate your willingness to jump in and ground us. And I appreciate it, as others have said, your voice, your pace, the imagery. Even when your audio was going in and out, and there were times we couldn't hear you, since you had called us into a space of silence, we could just receive that as silence. And that's one of my growing edges, to be still and present in silence in this medium. When I'm in someone's presence, it seems so much easier, but in this medium, I really struggle. So thank you for inviting us into a moment of grounding and being still. Thank you. I have a curiosity for the group. Victor, did you have any other comments or anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, like I said, probably it must have arrived very imperfect but the responses have also, given me areas that I could perhaps touch on and uh, uh, effects that are relevant within our caregiving context. I appreciate the comments.
Excellent. I have a curiosity around when we use that term interfaith, what do we mean by that?
That we can use it with somebody who is not religious or either from different religious backgrounds. Anybody, it could be for anybody. You know.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. And Alice, I noticed you nodding your head.
Yeah, religious and non-religious,
Mm-hmm.
of any tradition, religious or faith tradition, or for me it's the moment par excellence to cross boundaries, to build bridge within a very diverse faith, religious, non-religious audience.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think the borderline is spirituality. So, and spirituality cuts across, and everybody has a certain spirituality. So, and within the interfaith context, it should also have emphasis on things and it's something that can connect us to our spirituality,
Okay.
which might lead to faith systems and creed and all that. But it goes beyond creed and
That's so helpful. Thank you. I asked that question because I didn't want to assume that we were all thinking about it the same way. So it's helpful to hear the clarification. I intentionally name this reflection time spiritual reflection facilitation. And I intentionally don't use interfaith because I think of interfaith as diverse faith traditions or diverse religions. And the word faith would exclude people who don't claim any religious tradition or any faith tradition. So it's helpful to hear the different interpretations that you have. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. We are grounded and ready to go. And we just need to decide where we're going. Are we going to pause or are we going to go to a verbatim? Or do you want to go back to nature with
Let's
Victor?
let's go to verbatim.
Okay, Victor says you're going to a verbatim. Out the garden. Here we go. Is there anyone who would like to go first? All right, Alfredo.
Okay, I'm gonna share my verbatim.
Okay.
Okay, is this one? Sure. Okay, I hope everybody can see it. Or do I have to do more bigger?
I would like it a little bigger.
How about that? It's okay or more bigger?
A little bigger, please.
Okay. Like that?
Great.
It's okay like that? Okay, I'm gonna start the verbatim. Okay, this is my first visit. My second verbatim was made last week. It's in Spanish, non-denomination. Was a med surge. So my goals are the same. I want to be focused on a couple of things only. How to avoid projecting my own beliefs onto others so I can help them where they are and be more efficient in my work. How can you, viewers and certificate educators can help me? Suggestions for greater comfort and comments on how I did it, and suggestions on how can I do it better. My outcomes are the same as my goals. As say in the beginning, I want to be focused on my goals, I only work in those, and I believe I'm going to be more effective in that. The first one is spiritual formation and integration. Outcome 3, indicator demonstrate how one's origin system interacts with the care receives oriented system when provided spiritual care. Category B, awareness of self and others. Indicator demonstrate how one use self-care practice, including trauma-informed approach for supporting of well-being, including when provided spiritual care. And the third one is empathic relationship dynamics. Demonstrate one use of empathy when provide spiritual care. This is the background. I received a call from the staff informing me that one of the patients wanted to be provided with a Bible. But I will take a little time to go and deliver the Bible. When I arrived at the room, there was the patient walking from one side to the other, from one side of the room to the other. The room had the door open and the curtains that covered the entrance were also open, so you could see from the hospital hallway what the patient was doing. The room is a little big. The curtains of the windows were open. A table with food remains was next to the bed, and the bed was untidy. The patient looked nervous, as if he could not find his place, walking from one side of the room to the other. When I entered the room and introduced myself, he welcomed me and gave me and I gave him the Bible and thanked me. I asked him if he wanted anything else, and he told me not that everything was okay. I headed towards the exit of the room when he called me and asked me if I could have a conversation with him, that he needed to talk to someone. I turned around, took a chair, and prepared to listen to him. My personal status. I was getting ready to take a short break. It was afternoon, and I feel tired. I hadn't been an emotional difficult time for me. My waist hurt, and I feel a very heavy load on my back. That bothered me a little, but spiritually feel good. Well, the truth is that I was frustrated, and at that moment, and especially in that day, I was the only chaplain in the hospital. My intention in going to visit the patient was only to leave him the Bible and go to rest. So when he told me that he wanted to talk to me, it was not in my best, and with an indifferent internal aptitude, I prepared to listen to him. My pastoral plan, the purpose of my visit was simply to deliver the material, the Bible, that the patient had requested to be provided. My expectations were not high. I only had to deliver the material and go take a break. I had no plans or objectives since the patient was not in my list of appointments for that day. This is my visitors, and I'm going to need help for the chaplain and for the patient. If somebody could help me, I'm going to appreciate it.
I will do the C1
The
the
patient.
chaplain. Let's see, chaplain.
Chaplain. Thank you, Alice.
I can be the patient.
Okay.
I think you said this, Fredo, forgive me. The patient is male?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, you can start with the chaplaincy.
I apologize if you hear noise. Again, my kitchen is under construction, but I hope the miraculously the noise stop while I do this. Good afternoon, JH. I'm chaplain Alfredo. Here is the Bible you requested.
I handed him the Bible with a bit of indifference.
Thank you very much, Chaplain. I've been wanting one.
He looked nervous and uneasy, yet happy upon receiving it.
How nice. I hope you enjoy it.
I just wanted to go and rest.
Of course I'm going to enjoy it. Thank you very much.
While answering me, he looked me into the eyes.
Okay.
Sit, please.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you want anything else, just contact us at the spiritual care department.
I wanted to be as attentive as possible, although my feelings dictate otherwise.
No, thank you very much.
Well, have a good day.
I was about to leave the room, feeling a little relaxed.
Excuse me, Chaplain. Before you leave, I'd like to know if I could talk to you for a bit.
Sure, I'll be happy to. How can I help you?
I took a chair and I sat in front of him, trying to relax as much as I could.
Well,
He looked at me quietly.
I don't know where to start.
It would be nice if you started at the beginning, don't you think?
As I say this, he smiled at me and nodded.
My problem is that I can't identify with any type of religion.
It seems like he was having a hard time sharing what he really wanted with me.
What do you think the reason is that? What do you think the reason is that you don't identify with any?
I think it's because of my indigenous ancestors.
He was silent for a moment and then answered.
Could you explain to me what you mean by indigenous ancestry?
I feel a little confused because I felt like I was struggling to get to the point that he desired.
I've practiced the witchcraft for a long time since I was 10 years old when I was introduced to these rituals.
I was frozen by his response, not knowing what to say. I felt compassion for JH.
I'm so sorry to hear about what you went through. Everything you are sharing with me was your parents' practice.
Yes, of course. Over time, I practiced witchcraft. I discovered I have a feminine side.
But this time, I was more confused than I was in the beginning, thinking about the childhood he had.
How do you identify JH, a man or as a woman, and what makes you feel better?
I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself.
I don't really know because it depends on the energy I produce, whether I'm a man or a woman.
He seems very convinced of what he was telling me.
What you are sharing with me is very interesting, JH. I could ask you a question, or could I ask you a question?
But this time, I was more confused than he could ever be.
Yes, of course.
I make a pause, try to compose myself after doing a few breathing exercises and figuring out where to take the conversation. I decided to change the dynamic of the conversation. I wasn't sure if it would be right or if it was the right time, but I feel it would be good for both of us.
You asked me for a Bible. What do you hope to find in it?
Well, I've always believed in God, and every morning I pray to God, and I thank Him for making me a man and a woman.
I'm glad you believe in God. And what do you feel when you pray to God? What has your experience been like?
I breathed more calm because now what God was involved into the conversation.
The truth is, I don't feel saved. I feel very dirty and confused.
While he shared this with me, I could see more fear on his face.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Could you explain to me what you mean by I don't feel safe?
When I was when I was about 7 or 8 years old, my older brother sexually abused me, and that was very painful for me. And I don't think I can get over it yet.
At this moment, his voice broke and he began to cry. I paused for a moment, remained silent to allow him to grieve for the very difficult experience he had endured.
I imagine it was very painful for you. What hurt you the most about that experience?
I think what hurt me the most. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Your turn.
Yeah,
Sorry.
my wishes was that he expressed all his pain.
I think what hurt me the most was accepting the reality that it was my own brother because I've always wondered how my own brother did that to me.
The pain he felt was evident in his words.
That's a very valid question, and I think only God could answer it, because there are things in life that happen to us that are difficult to explain.
I feel a lot of empathy with him. His childhood had been very difficult for JH, childhood full of unresolved traumas.
Despite everything, I've already forgiven my brother, but the memories still hurt me.
I'm really sorry about what happened to you, JH, but I think it will be good for you to receive professional help. Would you like to receive it?
It's always good to know that you have a team to help people and that you are not alone.
Yes, because I've been through this for many years, and you're the first person I've shared this with.
It sounds more relaxing, as if he had let go of something very heavy.
I'm going to provide you with a list of places where you can go for professional help. Is that okay?
Thank you very much for listening. I need to confess what I felt because my soul feels very dirty.
Would you like me to say a prayer for you?
I think it's a good time to say a prayer. So I invite EH.
Yes, thank you very much.
EH showed a lot of gratitude up to this point.
Would you like me to pray for something specific?
Yes, please. For my emotional healing, I want to feel saved.
EH showed a lot of conviction in what I asked for him to pray. I say a prayer for the patient as he asked.
How do you feel now, JH?
Thank you very much for prayer. I feel very at peace, and I no longer feel that feminine side of me.
How do you know that you mean? How do you know that you mean when you say you no longer feel that feminine side of yourself?
I was very surprised by his response and just wanted to confirm what he just told me.
I don't know. I can't explain it. I just feel it. I feel like I'm a man.
Well, JH, take care. May God bless you. I hope reading the Bible helps you.
Regardless of his answer, I feel very happy for EH and having been able to be with him at the time at that time in his life.
Thank you very much, Chaplain, for your help.
And remember to seek help. I will be calling you to make sure you are getting the help you need.
Yes, see you later.
Thank you for helping me. That was so intense for me because, as you know, my background as a macho man, he, the religion always told me about the homosexuals are not welcome. So I growing with that mentality to do this interview with him, knowing or be with him as a human uh, means a lot to me. I try to handle myself as a chaplain, not as a pastor. Because if I was a pastor, could be another conversation. But as a chaplain, it's a little bit more different. So I analyzed the person and situation. The patient was in the room, pacing back and forth, very anxious and nervous at the same time. I asked him if he wanted anything else, and he answered no. Before leaving the room, in a soft voice and perhaps with fear, he asked me if I could tell to him for a moment. If his face showed the confusion he was experiencing. His hands were sweating because he was constantly whipping them with the pants he was wearing. My own emotion I was deciding to eat my lunch when I received a call from the staff. The patient wanted a Bible and they wanted to know if I could provide him with a Bible. In my mind, I said, I will leave the Bible with him and I will eat my lunch. Everything was fine until the patient told me that he wanted to talk to me if I had a little time. At that moment, I got an enormous frustration because I already had plans made it in my mind, and when I have plans and I propose something, interrupting is not within me, my calendar, and that causes me great frustration, and I do things not in a very good way. And there I was in a situation that I generally dislike. With all my feelings, I took share and kindly to told him, how can I help you? And I was ready to listen to him. This is my evaluation. I feel effectiveness, CH12, C12, EH12, C13, CH13. I was here. I connect with GA. And I give me a lot of confidence in this CH12, C13, GH17, 18, and 20. Ineffective when I was so confused, GH4, 7, 9, and C11. When he answers, the answers shocked me, and GAH, C10, EH14. What I have learned about myself, what I learned during this visit was to know how to be linemen in our lives as a chaplains, because we don't necessarily have all the answers to the questions that the patient asks us, and to give us space that he can do things. Creating a space where the patient doesn't feel judged or criticized for his or philosophical beliefs when they are different from mine. This space must give the patient the security to be transparent when it comes to conversation. Spiritual assessment, regardless of spiritual orientation, whether we have one or not, when we face the various traumas we often experience in life, understanding the process help us overcome them. Having hope in life's process can help us overcome problems, and with good medical advice, we can have a more balanced life. I use hope as therapy model, focus solely on three aspects: hope as a helping in difficult times, and hope for futures, and personal spirituality, which can help with more practical aspects, providing a sense of solitude and the understanding that we are not alone in the process, while also being a source of confidence and security, teaching us that we are not alone. And finally, the effect of knowing there are people willing to provide us with the necessary medical help, people trained to help us through the different process that this process brings. The source of hope. My theology, having a clear understanding, having a clean and unprejudiced heart, help us have the simplicity to help patients where they are. Knowing the scriptures plays an essential and important role. This scripture that came to my mind is the following. Matthew 12:7. If you had known, that means I desire mercy and not sacrifice, you will not have condemned the guiltless. Seeing people as God sees them, not as we want to see them, help us give God space to do His will in the people we are serving. Ethical and social issues don't apply. My future plan was simple: stay in touch with JH, so he can contact agencies, so he can receive the assistance he needs to overcome his trauma, by calling him the day after the appointment and last once a week to monitor his progress. This is my whole verbatim. I appreciate for helping me, for hearing me.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Victor.
Okay. Well,
No, you can. I was just curious, do you guys have Bibles on hand all the time for anybody who wants some, Alfredo?
Yes, we have Bibles for any religion, not only for Christians, for Catholic, for Jews, for Mormons, for we have a lot of Bibles and we have supplies, like a rosaries, like
Wow.
crucifix, anything they asking for, we have everything in the hospital for the spiritual needs of the patients. And we provide them for free and we get that. Also, we have material, books for different needs, alcoholics, traumas, griefs. And we want to help the people the most we can. And I thank God for that because in the hospital we can order what we wanted or
Mhm.
what we know that could be helping for the patients.
Wow, that's wonderful. Um,
Yeah, it does.
I think you in C7 you repeated back what he said and made him feel, heard. You asked clarifying questions. And C10 you asked non-judgmentally how he
Yes.
identified what made him feel better, a man or a woman. I thought that was very interesting to say something like that, but it didn't seem to bother him. Um, and C12, you asked him what he hopes to find in the Bible. Um, I thought that was very interesting as well. And you always ask them to say more and explain. In JH14, you allowed him space to grieve. I thought that was very good. In C15, you validated his feelings. You were non-anxious and non-judgmental. Um, in C16, you told him there are things in life that are difficult to explain. Um, I like that. I like that answer that you gave him. And I like that you're going to support him further by, offering him mental health services and continue to stay in touch with him. I thought that was very good that you told him that and that you're going to, support him by staying in touch and making sure he gets what he needs. Very good verbatim. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate your words.
Lisa, can I ask you to expound on what you mean when you say for C10 and C12? I thought that was interesting.
Um, because when he asked him, did he identify as a man or a woman? I thought that was kind of, I don't know, kind of maybe overreaching, maybe a sensitive situation. I don't know if I could have asked it. I just thought it was kind of interesting that he chose to ask that question, and I guess it worked because it didn't bother him. I guess he didn't seem like according to his words bother him, but I just I felt a little uncomfortable with it. So I don't know. That was just me. That's why I asked that. And what other one? See what did you say? See what?
C12, you also said, I thought that was interesting.
Oh yeah. What did he hope to find in the Bible to help him? I guess. And I think he said to make sure he was saved, but you never kind of really said anything to support. Um, he was wanting to know if he was saved or not. And you never really said one way or the other. I gave him any information about salvation. So that.
Okay, let me give it to you a little back because there's a lot of things that I don't remember, and when you explain, come to my mind because he told me that he read the a lot of books of witchcraft. He read the Muslims, the Hindus, all those books. That's why I asked the question: what do you want to find in the Bible, sir? Because you already wrote the books, you are looking for something. And
Mhm.
my question was that why you are, you know, you would what you try to find in the Bible. just I give it to you some hands up about why I made that question.
Mm.
See, because you do the verbatims and you remember things and you write down, and then when you start writing, you remember more things, and when you finish, you remember more things. But you're already done. You know, it's hard. You start fixing everything because the most times you read what you wrote, the more things come to your mind and things you start remember.
Okay.
That's
Thank
why I
you.
made that question.
Thank you for clarifying that.
That's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Alfredo. The verbatim did not disappoint in the sense that you set out with the goals of, first of all, having realized growing, and you sought growth in not imposing your personal beliefs.
Yeah.
I think the verbatim shows that you've grown in that regard, because within the encounter, the recipient would express, I don't know if you're familiar with all that, but for me, some of the concepts were jolting. You could shock someone out of, uh, if you come from a conservative background, yes, somebody identifying as both man and woman at the same time, and some of, things other people might consider weird, but having grown in that space, you were able to, like Lisa pointed out, not to be judgmental,
Mhm.
and also within the same context, provide spiritual care. So that's the beauty I found, in this verbatim. So I think it hit the mark. It showed that I've been with you. This is a third unit. So there's marked progress, and we hope to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
As always, Alfredo, thank you. Thank you for overall your posture. I really I really appreciate you as a pastor, a chaplain, and the kind of pastoral presence you bring in any setting. That is, for me, is that your presence alone speaks volume. Thank you very much. And for the I will not reiterate what the Victor and Lisa have already said very well, because you really carried the conversation very well, probing and urging on for JH to speak more. And yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not surprised though, but I just want to say I appreciate that. This is a little bit a very sensitive topic for me. So I was listening and I'm like, okay, did we coordinate? You will see my verbatim to understand what I'm saying. And because of that, I think I brought bias in just listening. Again, with Lisa, the JH 10 question, and especially the C10 and JH were some form of I don't know what to say. I was like, okay, how do you identify JH, a man or as a woman, and what makes you feel that way? The preceding conversation, I don't like Lisa will highlight. I think it was a little bit abrupt there. It's just assumptions were already filled in that space. And I could like, okay, why give him is either or, to try to, right? Because obviously with masculinity that you are is embedded in that conversation, he better identify as a man. Anyway, that is my bias is coming in.
Yeah.
But I think that question was a little bit I would say overreach. I don't know if it was that necessary. And could you scroll down? I was trying to download yours. It's in PDF. This computer is not is acting up with my PDF. I need to check. There's the piece where he says, I don't feel like a woman anymore.
Oh, the last after the
Was
prayer.
it which one? Yeah. After the prayer, I can.
Again, C22.
How okay, say okay, then JH21. Thank you very much for the prayer. I feel very at peace and I no longer feel that feminine side of me. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
again,
Yeah.
my
Let me
head.
explain you a little bit
Right,
because
right,
yeah,
exactly.
he told me
It's
that the female was a spirit
right, right.
came
So,
to him and make him feel as a woman.
right. I say, yeah, that feminine
Yeah.
side of me, right. As it's a bad thing to be feminine. Anyway, that is my biases. But I think to me, I feel it was a really good opportunity to probe a little bit further, to allow for some sort of conversation about um the feminine side as something which is not necessarily a bad thing. All of us, right? Especially that it was prayer. You see, God acts sometimes like a woman, sometimes like a man. So that you will not say those feminine parts of God
Yes.
is against masculinity or something. Um, yeah, but I like the question you say, how do you know that you mean to say you no longer feel he said, I don't know, I can't explain, I just feel it. I feel like I'm a man. Again, another for context
Yes.
again. This context is a safe space, but it's very discriminatory, very exclusionary, and very, I think, yeah. Um I feel like a man. Again, that is masculinity playing out so broadly there. Then I think that also would have been an opportunity to probe a little further. Again, as I'm saying, Marcelo, I will probe further because of my social location and contextual variables. I would have probe further.
Yes.
I'm not saying necessarily from your own social location, you named it that coming from your own context and your view of masculinity, it wasn't necessary. But again, those are the kind of questions I will give him opportunity, not end the conversation there, but probe a little bit further. But you just say, well, JH, take care. May God bless you. After he says, I feel like a man, right? And I'm sure there you are also tired because you already you
Yeah.
have to go rest. So let's get this thing done, right? So anyway,
Yeah, yeah. At that
yeah,
point, I just confirm what he said.
right, exactly, exactly.
I never asked anything. I just confirm what he told me.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right. And I say
How you
I,
feel
I
on
do
that?
understand. Again,
Yeah,
I'm assessing from this perspective of my
yeah.
own social
I
location.
never
This
tried
is
to make it.
Alice assessing it. No, doesn't necessarily mean that you should, but I'm highlighting that those for me are unique moments
Yeah,
for reframing that
yeah. I,
yeah, but
I'm be yeah. Thank you for, but I'm be so. How can I say that? I have to choose the words a lot because I
mhm,
don't want to make any mistake. I don't want to feel him like I'm just him because I know from that moment I can be pastor and guide him. Okay, because it was the opportunity to go deeper as a pastor. Okay? And this is the line between being a pastor and a chaplain. Because if he came as a pastor to me, it's another conversation.
Okay.
Totally different.
Yeah.
Because I count him as my sheep.
What is the different conversation? Not all of it, because we're short on time, but what would the different conversation be?
I believe the different conversation is more about God, about the spiritual arena, than the human arena. Okay, even though I spoke to him, I believe in liberation from the spirits. And my pastor, I believe that it's something wrong in the spiritual arena with the people who feel or that they are women or men. That's the point of view of the pastoral thing, Take care of them, talking about the scenes is the spiritual arena. Okay, but as a chaplain, okay, it's more about, I don't know if I can define.
No, you explained that very well. Would it surprise you that that came across in the verbatim? That you felt that feminine was not a good thing?
Yeah, I can tell you the truth. I feel that way, but I have to respect them. There's the difference. It's not about my feelings, it's about his feelings. It's not about my belief system, it's about his belief system. So in the beginning, I forgot to write it down, but I asked him, how you want me to call you? And he told me, yeah, okay. So the conversation started with that. So, and I asking you how you want me to identify. I said, yeah, as a man, okay. So I go for that line. So he was the one who bring his feminine sides to the conversation, and I just try to guide him. So I try to not use him, and that allowed me to make the space for that, to work on him, because he was open, not to me, to the space we create for him, to allow God to do his work.
I was curious about what does being saved mean to JH. It left me really curious about what that meant to him, for him.
To what? Excuse me, I don't hear the question.
I was one of the curiosities that I was left with was what does being saved mean to JH?
Okay.
We could all talk about what being saved means to us, but I was curious about what it meant to JH.
Yeah. You know, as Lisa said, this conversation can take more longer than this. It's a lot of things that I do not writing down
Mhm,
that he told me
mhm.
because it was too much. He was so confused. Because he told me also about the witchcraft that he made it, how he called the spirits, how the spirits came to his life, how he know about that arena. And he told me that feminine spirit came and possessed him. And I
Al-
just give it to him the space, and it was
Alfredo,
a lot of, yeah.
is spirit possession a bad thing?
Uh, as a pastor, I believe it's a bad thing. Really bad. But I try to see spiritual possession is another topic, but made the person be another person. And sometimes as a Christian, we confuse the spiritual possession than the spiritual influential. Because sometimes the spirit just influence you to do things and doesn't really means they possess you.
Mm.
Because when they possess you, they transform you. According to the Bible, the man who was in the cemetery in the middle of the wombs was possessed, and he was really, really strong.
Is that what JH believes?
Yes. Yes, and in some way I try to not to go into the arena because I don't feel that was the time to doing that. And I try to find out what was the more important thing at that moment. What is the more important for him? What hurt him more?
Yes, I did. I noticed that in the feedback, no one mentioned the superlative question that you used. What I can't remember now what number it was. In terms of what, do you all remember what hurt you more? I think you said.
Yes,
What
yes.
do we know about superlative questions in spiritual care?
How do I know? Or how more I know? It's to give it to them the opportunity to express his pain. The superlative questions made by that, to give it to the patient the opportunity to reflect and what hurt the most. Because when he expressed me that he was uh, sexual abuse by his brother, is when I asked the questions.
Mm-hmm.
What hurt you most?
Yeah.
What moment is remarkable in your life? And that's when I asked the question. I want to know what line I have to follow.
Hmm.
And that answer give it to me the green light to make a plan,
Mm-hmm.
how I'm gonna provide spiritual help to him in this line. That he was the one who pointed the line.
Superlative questions can be so helpful for spiritual care. Is and there's some things that can help us figure out when it's helpful to ask and when it may not be. And I can appreciate you were wanting to use that question to deepen his reflection.
Yes, I usually do the questions when this a lot of or a couple of things or traumas that the patient has it, because we cannot take in that moment care of all of us. So I try to go with the most painful in that moment for the patient, and that's why I asked that question.
Okay. So it may be helpful to ground the person in the present.
Yes.
And instead of what's the worst for you, or you might ask them, what's coming up for you now that's impacting you the most right now? So instead of what was the worst part of back then, you bring them to the present. This is trauma-informed care response. And you say, what's coming up for you now the most about that? And
Yeah.
be another way to use that superlative, as you said, to help you figure out where to go next.
Okay.
Name.
All right. Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Any
Thank you for the
additional
feedback.
feedback for Alfredo?
I'll just add that thank you for being the kind of pastor that you are. Chaplaincy is blessed to have you as one of its own.
Yeah. Thank you.
Would you like to take a break, or would you like to go to our next verbatim? Okay, Alice, you're saying you would like to take a break? Okay, let's come back at 10 minutes. Would that be good? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo.
Thank you, everyone.
Who would like to go next? I'm sorry, Alice. I apologize. I should not have been staring at you. Who would like to go next?
I volunteer, Lisa.
She just loves volunteering you, Lisa.
I don't understand, but I'm gonna go with it.
All right.
All right, so let's see. Let's see. Ooh, it's too big, too small. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Okay. Is that big enough or for everybody to see?
A
Okay,
little bigger, please.
a little bigger,
Thank you.
no worries. Okay, this is my second verbatim. Patient's initials PC. She's 68, female. Primary support right now is a friend. She's upset. She's African American, and this was on the phone. The learning issue is to ensure that I was actively listening and offering an empathetic voice. I want my peers and educators to identify areas of growth. I want my educator to assess whether I'm completing the work at my current level. This unit is high speed and intensive, and I want to make sure I'm where I need to be. Outcome 2A14, demonstrate how one's in interventions address the assessed spiritual needs and strengths. This is not my first conversation with PC. It is our first conversation on this particular topic. PC called and I thought that we had a bad connection because she never said anything, not even hello. I said, we must have a bad connection. Call me back. And I hung up. She called back about 5 minutes later. She said, it's not a bad connection. I was angry at something. She's angry at something her daughter had done. I apologize for asking her to hang up. She said it was okay. She needed a minute. PC, her daughter, and son-in-law have a strained relationship. She has constantly told me that her daughter, DK, forced her to get a divorce from her husband. She said that she would call every day and say that my daddy wants a divorce. She got tired of it and divorced him. She also feels that DK and her husband and her sister-in-law as well may have signed her name on documents to conceal it from her. She also discovered that her daughter and her husband have 7 rental properties together. All this occurred during the time that she was homeless. I was fine, and it was afternoon. I had just finished Zoom meeting and was beginning to write my sermon for Sunday. I was alert, and I liked the person. The goal for this was to listen, to assess, and offer an intervention. Okay, I need a chaplain and a patient, please.
It could be the chaplain.
Thank you, Alfredo.
Be the patient, but my internet is. Can you hear me? My internet is so poor. Can you hear me? Let me be the.
Yes, I can hear you too.
Hear you.
Okay.
Okay, Alfredo.
Okay. I think we have a bad connection. Can you hang up and call me back?
I'm not sure what is going on.
Hey, Lisa. It wasn't bad connection. I couldn't find my words. I'm so angry at my daughter and her husband, mostly her husband because I know that he convinced her to do this.
I apologize.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to do that. Go ahead.
I apologize for misunderstanding your silence. Would you like to share more about what's going on, or do you need a minute? Take your time.
You know, I've told you several times that my daughter insisted that I divorced her dad. She kept telling me that he wanted a divorce. I was at the courthouse seeking information. I looked up the house that my husband and I shared while married. My daughter ended up with a house. She told me that she was renting it out. I found out that she sold that house 3 years ago. Not only that, but she also received my husband's 301k and the money in the bank, which for all three totaled $45,000. I didn't receive a dime, and I was homeless a couple of times. They were mentioned, they never mentioned the money or offered me a place to stay. They have a brand new 4-bedroom house, and they've never asked me to stay with them. My grandson asked his mom if I could come and stay, and my daughters said, okay. Your dad said, ask your dad.
She kept pausing to get herself together. She kept saying, I don't understand how a daughter could do this.
PC, what you are feeling, what you are feeling is okay. You have every right to be upset. I'm sorry that you are going through this painful time.
Sorry. Got myself confused now.
C5.
C5. Okay. Thank you. I'm thinking, but not saying anything. But I would be pissed off too. But this is not about me.
I'm so mad. I can't believe my very own daughter would do this to me. How can you let your mom be homeless?
I didn't know how to respond to this. How could a person let a loved one be homeless? I just let the silence sit, and she didn't respond further.
Who can you lean on during this time?
Knowing her family dynamics, I was hoping that there was additional support other than me, although I would be there for her.
I have a friend, Nova, whom I can trust. I'm headed there tomorrow. I'm moving in with her. She already has one roommate. She knew my living situation was not the best, so she invited me to be a roommate.
This is a whole new story, so I'm not going to get into why she's moving.
I am glad you are not going through these difficult times alone. I am pleased that nobody is offering you support.
What would you do if your son did this to you? Do you think that he's capable of this kind of thing?
I have no idea what I would do if this were to happen to me. Because of our human condition, people are capable of doing unimaginable things.
Not sure if I gave her a satisfactory answer.
I'm going to confront my daughter. I'm also going to hire a lawyer, and they will pay me. I'm entitled to retirement money. I'm part of the house because I have a right as his wife, even if we are divorced. I called her before I called you and told her that we needed to have a conversation. She wanted to know why. I told her I couldn't talk now, but I needed her to make time for me. She kept asking, and I said to her that I will hang up if she continued to press me.
My emotions were all over the place. Are all over the place.
Lizzie, how will this confrontation affect your already strained relationship?
It's risky to ask. It's risky asking this type of question. It could make the person feel like they were being attacked, which was not my intention.
I don't care how it affects them. I have to do something. This is wrong.
She sounds angry, and she should be.
You feel like you have to do something?
Yes. What will you do?
I'm empathetic to her plight. I have no idea how I would handle a similar situation. I am remaining silent to see if she has anything else to say. She doesn't say anything else.
What are you feeling right now, PC?
She was silent, a very uncomfortable silence.
I feel so sad. It's horrible that my daughter would treat me in this way. I thought that we were close. I gave my daughter everything. I forgot to mention I had an insurance policy on my husband, and my daughter forced me to give her $5,000 of that policy, knowing that she had the house, his retirement, and his savings. I feel like a fool. I feel like they've been playing games with me all this time.
This is a heavy burden to deal with. How can I best support your spirituality?
I just needed to talk. I need to go now, but I'll call you back tomorrow.
She's never asked for prayer. She does not attend church, and only occasionally she does talk about God on occasion.
Yes, let's follow up tomorrow. Have an early morning meeting, but I am free after 1 p.m.
She did not call the following day. I texted her and she said she felt even worse and didn't want to talk, but she did call me a couple of days later. Thank you guys for your help. This is a significant amount of toxicity within this family. I'm concerned about her mental state. Elsie has 5 living siblings and she is only close to 2. The others are strained and toxic. She doesn't have a strong support system. The lady she ended up moving in with has only known her for less than 2 years. Elsie never seems to settle in one place for very long, having moved 3 times since I've met her. I've spoken to her 2 additional times since the above conversation, and she has not discussed the issue with her daughter. The daughter knew that she was at the courthouse and asked her what she had found out. The care recipient feels that this is a serious situation and she seems distraught. I oh shoot, sorry.
And Elsie's PC, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Got
Yes. I'm sorry, I mixed that up. I felt compassion for the care recipient at the same time. I felt concerned about her mental state. She is suffering. My emotions were okay, except when she wanted to know how I would react if my son did that to me. It makes you think about adult children and navigating the complexities of adult relationships. I felt that I had been drawn into the triangle at this point. I was trying to find the right words so that I could remove myself from this situation. I didn't want to be dismissive about her feelings. At the same time, I didn't want to draw the conversation to myself or my son. Um, I think we had in C1, I think we had a bad connection. Can you hang up? I could have picked up on the silence as an indicator that something deeper was going on. C5, PC, what are you feeling? Are you feeling okay? What are you feeling is okay. I believe this empathetic response helped the care recipient feel understood and heard. When I asked the question, how will this confrontation affect your already strained relationship. I was concerned that the relationship would be fractured even further. Maybe that was my countertransference talking. What have I learned about myself? I've learned that I am capable of the work. I need to stop hesitating and thinking I may say something wrong. I find it challenging to discuss God if people has not ever mentioned God. She does not attend church, maybe at Easter or Christmas. I feel like my peers do this well, and I would appreciate their feedback. I met PC when I worked at Walmart 2 years ago. I used to deliver groceries part-time, and that's where we met. I assessed that the care recipient needed me to be a non-anxious presence. I offered her space to talk, to gather her emotions when she was too overwhelmed to speak. The care recipient appeared to be experiencing a crisis and required support. I used trauma-informed language in C5. What you're feeling is okay. I validated her feelings in C9. How can I support you spiritually? So the theological reflection. In everything I do, including caring for God's people, I strive to be compassionate like Christ. 1 John 3:17-18, the New International Version. If anyone has material possessions and sees a brother or sister in need, but has no pity on them, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not love with words or speech, but with actions and truth. I encountered the holy, sacred, understanding that she is of sacred worth. God created her in love and to be loved. She wondered if she had become incapacitated and couldn't care for herself, who would care? After all, she thought her daughter would, but she is unsure now. I offered her care at the time and also told her I would follow up, which I have. The possible implication here is that this may escalate into a legal battle, potentially destroying any opportunity for reconciliation between PC and her daughter. She said that she is okay with that. However, I think that since our latest talk, she's rethinking some things. We have spoken twice since the encounter, and I texted her a few times, including yesterday. She said that she went line dancing on Monday. I dared to ask if she thought finding a church for additional support might be helpful, and she told me that she had gone to church with the lady she had moved in with on Sunday, where she had found comfort. And I was so pleased to hear this news and happy that I even dared to ask. I would recommend that PC seek some counseling. Now that she has started a new church, maybe she will seek guidance from the pastor. That's all. I solicit your feedback. Do you want me to take the screen down or leave it up?
I don't know if you guys heard her. Lisa asked, do you want her to take the screen down or leave it up?
You can take it down.
Yeah, Lisa, thank you for the reflection. It's brought new insights for me, how you reflected deeply on the context playing out. And so it also goes a long way to show how dependable, when she mentioned that she just wanted to be heard. So you were there to give the listening ear, and could have also been worse. You were not there for her. So, and some of the analysis you made, I enjoyed it. In fact, we were also reflecting on issues that bothered almost on the same theme, but I didn't see it the way you had a very deeper angle to it. So I appreciated that, and it has helped me also to draw insights to what few things I reflected on my own that you hear later. So I appreciate the reflection. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Victor.
It's a very, very well written and very deep, and very deep actually. Yeah, it was a little bit hard for me hearing the conversation, just because of the human rights activist in me. Would have, I'm like, you are the right person for her to have that conversation. Maybe if she did have that conversation with me, I would have removed the Chaplain Act and go for advocacy. Yes, fight for your right, get back what you know. But that is you and the attentiveness, all the open-ended questions, you drew her in to speak, and you could hear from the conversation progresses, a deep frustration with the daughter. The escalation of that feeling increased as the conversation is going on. And yeah, I had a lot of empathy, and I saw your empathy also, and your empathy to stay with the main conversation and not to talk about what happened for you to go with your friend, moving with your friend. You allow the conversation to stay, thereby respecting that emotional load that she's carrying. You validated her also in the struggles. You validated her in her pain. But you were very astute in not trying to create the triangle, you and the daughter. You were very astute in that you will not be that triangle. By staying very neutral and just allowing her, just asking open-ended questions to allow her to talk without you getting in any sense involved or make her feel you have a side in the issue. If anything, I think the tone was one that says reconciliation with your daughter takes precedence over anything else. I mean, the tone the inference from that tone could be that. So I really appreciate your ability to do that. With you, your fundamental question, which is a challenge about when the person has not explicitly asked for prayer, you have a difficult time suggesting prayer. And I think, yeah, that conversation is like, I don't know what I would have done. And then so as in listening to you, I do not know if I would have also asked to pray. Maybe I would have. Will it help if we prayed together? Yeah, but I don't know if that would have been the very first thing. It might have helped to pray together if I were in your situation, to calm the noise in me that said this is so not fair to this woman. Maybe the prayer would have calmed that noise a little bit, but yeah. But I want to ask you a question. How do you manage though? Because this was a situation of injustice. I don't even know how the legal system allow a daughter to claim what is a mother's. I'm not going to those legal, but how do you stay composed in situations like that? Because I wouldn't. It would be hard for me, really, because of this deep sense of a daughter placing the mother. I think it's because of my relationship with my mom that I will never see in such a situation. I have a hard time seeing daughters doing that to their mother. Maybe that is against a sense of countertransference that is making me assess it that way. But how do you stay composed though? to create that boundary. And it's a boundary that is not porous. It's very stiff boundary to the end. How do you manage to do that? I think is when you say you want to learn, I want to learn from you. How do you do that?
When I first became a pastor and started hearing people's stories, I was triggered right and left, and I would kind of react and oh wow, no, and all that stuff, and that wasn't helpful to them or for me. But over time, I learned that even through some of the college when I was in college and did a lot of pastoral care, I learned how to manage my emotions. Um, I'm feeling it deeply on the inside, but I try not to let it reflect on the outside, because it wouldn't be helpful to the person if I reacted, you know, that's wrong. You should take her to court, do all this stuff, it's not helpful. Because I don't want to put my suggestion in there. It has to be her own idea because I don't want to go back and tell her daughter, well, Reverend Lisa said that, I need to take you to court, so it has to be all about her and what she wants to do. You know what I mean? And maybe I shouldn't have said that, the relationship would be strained if, maybe I was putting some of my countertransference in on that part when I told her that. But that's the part I felt like I was maybe overreaching, overstepping a little bit when I said that. So, but yeah, I've learned over time. It hasn't always been easy, but you learn over time when you talk to people and you talk to a lot of people. And Walmart really helped me a lot too. When I used to work there 20 years, talking to the people, listen to their conversations, and they helped shape and mold who I am as a pastor. Not reacting to what they were telling me. And some of the stories were really bad, but I had to be able to manage my emotions to be able to, you know, help them find the peace that they needed within the conversation. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa, for your verbatim. I can see the intensity of the conversation, overwhelming conversation, a lot of frustration on both sides, unlawful. But I'm happy that you've been there for her, just to listen to her. As I say in my verbatim, we're not being there to tell them what to do, just to guide them.
Mm.
Not to change it, just to give it to them support as you give it to her.
Right.
Because I've seen the conversation that you doing to the telephone, because it's an advantage for us doing that, because we don't see the reactions, the faces,
Mm.
that provide us a feedback to know what exactly doing. I think if that conversation was in person, you have the time to ask for a prayer, because you can find the moment when you see the faces, this is the time. And you don't have that with you in that moment. Doing this hard conversation through phone is not easy. And for me, you're doing good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You'll be aware about your feelings, about yourself, about your limits, which was great, You give to her support, emotional support. You be there for her. You were empathic. You were compassion for her. But that sense and justice plays a lot in us and give us a hard time sometimes. Because when I been hearing you, I was a loan officer for 20 years.
Mm.
And my wife is in real estate. We are moving ourselves. My two older sons are real estates. So we know the laws in that conversation triggered me, that area, and that feeling that they made a lot of false statements to the court that sell the house. Here's the point. and trigger my dummy, and I feel upset when I was, dealing with this conversation. I'm being upset, angry. I feel sad for uh, what the family is doing to these women, because as a man, as a women, we work for uh, for them to have a good life, but we work for us when we get older to have something, some resources, you know, to do not be something that I have to be thinking of us. I don't want my kids to be thinking, and how am I gonna help my dad or my mom? I don't want to do that. We want to have everything right. And when somebody take away that, so it's hard for her and also hard for us to.
Mm-hmm.
I have the feeling, the intensity of the conversation, but you're doing good. You're doing well. You've been
Thank you.
there. You act as a chaplain, not as a pastor. You not being a rescuer, not even a victim. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You try to coach her. Okay. And that was a really good thing about this conversation. Thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate it. And I learn a lot because it's hard to be in that situation and to try to do the right thing with our patients or the people who care about more of you, because you're a pastor and it's your shepherd. It's not us, not with us. And separate those lines, being a chaplain and a pastor with your own ships, it's not easy,
Mm-mm.
you know? That
Mm-hmm.
means you are learning as you want it. Yes, I want to confirm that you are learning, that you are growing in another area. And thank you for everything.
Thank you for all the good feedback, and I appreciate the areas of growth. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Alfredo.
I know that you identified that you wanted feedback from your educator on whether or not you're at the level, so that your demonstration of being at the level is in that recognizing of the countertransference. And then it seems like in that moment you pivoted, which would be the next level, but you you clearly recognized it. So I think you are on doing great. I think you
Thank
asked such a helpful question, or gave us such a helpful place. You said, I find it challenging to discuss God if the person has not mentioned God. So can we all talk about that a little bit? What's going on with us with that?
you. You want me to say?
Yeah, you could start us out, and I'm really throwing it out to everyone. What's coming up for us when we say I find it challenging to mention God when the person doesn't mention God?
For me, I don't want to. I mean, as a pastor, I think sometimes we can be overbearing to people and try to push, our religion and our God and stuff like that on people. And maybe that's not what they're seeking at the time. Maybe sometime it is what they're seeking, but sometime I think that, they just need to be listened to. They don't need all that. They're going through a crisis and they don't want to hear that. And I feel like if they want to hear it, maybe sometimes they'd mention it and say, this and that. But um if they never mention it, I don't know. I just feel very, very uncomfortable. I know I need that's a growing edge, and I need to move away from that and do better in that area, because I find that my peers, they have no problem doing it and they know how to do it gracefully. And I want to be able to move into that arena.
Why?
Um, I don't know. They do it, so I like it. Maybe I should be doing it, or maybe I'm doing something wrong. I feel like I'm doing something wrong if I don't mention it, because I feel like my peers do it. And it's a different setting, I guess, that we're in. And most of the people that I know are religious, and I know they are, so I can mention it. But the people who I who I know that don't talk about God, I can't, it's just hard for me to move into that area.
But that's about why we're here. We're being trained, we're learning, and it's professional. So if we're able to come to that point, we even this question that I raised now, I think we talked a little bit at the beginning, the interfaith and the spirituality concept, all that. So, and as a thorough and as a professional chaplain, you come to that where you to not extrapolate your concepts and narrative history or orienting system of patient. You come to that level where their dignity, respect, there's mutual tolerance, and also one side accompanying them, so you don't impose your own systems on them. So I think is an area where we emphasize professionalism.
That makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate it, Victor.
I believe sometimes it's important to know how the belief systems works in the people. Because in some point the idea of ask them, what brings you comfort in this moment? What brings you comfort in the sad things? That gives us an opportunity to open the road for them and try to make them reflect on the things that bring hope. Okay, because she sounds so hopeless. And then the idea somehow just bring some kind of light or hope. It's gonna make them feel a little bit more not so frustrated, not with a lot of frustration, but more calm to think. And the next step that he has to do it. So at some point when we know the belief system, what the belief system work in the people, not in us, and not assume that we know the way they believe. So ask them, because about the spiritual arena, we are working on it. As a humans, yes, but as a spiritual person, sometimes we have to, guide them to make that they come, invite them to the area. Not to push them, to invite them in the area. And I believe it's going to be helpful for both of you and her, because it's going to give it to you another way to help her. This is an idea, could be in the way. But I believe, because in my Verbatim, when he introduced God, give another way and more easy way to help him. So when he bring God to the conversation, say, he is on my territory now. I can guide him. You know, because made me remember when I was in depression time. I can see only the bad things. They could be true, but I'm be focused on the bad things. And the thing to help me to step out of the depression time was you take my mind and put in another direction. You know, like it's okay, be frustrated, but everything is gonna be okay. It's a way to get out of there. You have rise. It's just an idea, you know, to try to go on another way in another dimension in another area. And I think God is, I'm not gonna say God, the way they believe, bring it up is gonna be good for them. For them is the point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she found her comfort in line dancing, which I think that was her spiritual thing at that moment. When she went line dancing, it seemed to bring her comfort and peace. So I guess when Reverend Donna said why, I guess it's not necessarily important to have to mention it all the time, but yeah. Thank you, Alfredo.
I appreciate your question, Lisa, or your statement and saying, well, everybody else is doing it, so I'm thinking maybe I should be doing it. And it's so helpful to acknowledge that. And I also think your assessment that line dancing was a spiritual practice that was helpful for her. It sounds powerful, and I would affirm that. And I want to affirm your hesitation to trust yourself. You're hesitating. Trust your hesitation.
Okay.
For me, I always I try to remind myself that just because the person says God, it doesn't mean it's God as I understand God. And it only begs the question of continuing to explore that, to not assume I know what that means at all.
Right.
And if they don't mention God, since I'm trying to come along beside them, it doesn't matter because it doesn't mean that God is not present.
Right.
It just means I'm coming alongside them. And so I don't have to feel compelled to use God talk, because apparently that's not what's necessary to come alongside them. So yeah, so appreciate your question, and I appreciate your hesitation. And I ask myself, if I introduce God, am I trying to introduce something to fix? Am I thinking I'm going to help them? Because that's not my role. I'm not, in my mind, I'm not there to help, and I'm not there to offer God. I'm trying to come alongside them and help them share, assess, map their assets, which I thought you did so well. So I think excellent on the level of, hey, I got some countertransference going here. Excellent awareness. This is risky. This is going to break the family. Oh, that's my issue, not hers. This family already broken. So yeah. And thank you for asking that question, and thank all of you for your reflections on it, because it is something we constantly are going to be dealing with. And you are a pastor too.
Right.
So you in the God business.
I am that. Thank you, Reverend. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for the verbatim and the feedback. And I want to invite you to take your self-care education and practice session, and I will see you in 30 minutes.
You want us to log out?
No, you don't have to today. Thank you for
Okay.
asking.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know. I understand. I will make the group aware that you will join us as soon as you can. Victor, if you haven't figured it out yet, you are next.
Thank you.
You said you thought so. Alice is gonna return a little late. Victor, what unit is this for you?
Sorry?
What unit is this for you? Is this your third unit?
Yes, the third unit. And I made some little adjustments, so, you know.
Okay. And Alfredo, this is your third unit as well, right? Okay.
Yes, this is my third unit.
Okay. Alice is the second unit. Lisa is the third unit.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
See what I'm sharing?
Yes, I can see what you're sharing. I would appreciate it a little bit larger if you're able to do that.
I thought today's one will work out.
Don't walk out. Alfredo can talk you through it. He knows how to make it larger. He's really good at it.
Is it large?
Yes.
Is it larger?
Yes.
You guys keep blocking my screen. I can't see.
You want to make it smaller? Please do.
I should go on. I should make it a little.
Yeah, do what is convenient for you for reading. It can be small, or it doesn't have to be that big.
Okay. Okay, so this is my second verbatim, and within my clinical site, the patient's name is Lucy.
Hold on. Do we have anything in the text from Lisa? Where is she joining us? I know Alice is running late. Do you all see anything in the chat? I don't see anything. Let me check my phone. Okay. Well, it's time, right? By my clock. Okay. All right. Take it away. Apologize for the interruption.
It's okay. Verbatim, and for this care recipient is my first visit. The 7-year-old male, and the primary support person is the mother, diagnosed with of Caucasian background. So within this verbatim, I seek to demonstrate and validate the social justice response and advocacy care delivery encounter. And I but candid responses and opinions from my peer and my educator. I will appreciate that for my learning and growth. The outcomes addressed verbatim are A, advocacy and social. B, empathic responses in the provision of spiritual. This visit is that I was out responding to a nurse initiated consult in the hematology and oncology unit of a medical center. The nurse indicated that MC, that's the patient's initial, a cancer survivor, needed assistance. As I made for the floor, a counter code was announced in the overhead. So I quickly made a detour to attend to the emergency. This took a little while, but I finally met up with MC. Their room was littered with toys. The pictures on the wall had the picture of red, yellow, and fluorescent green. Comic figures, the likes, were virtually descending from the ceiling. The room was lit and filled with chocolate aroma. My personal status, it was 1:35 p.m. It was also lunchtime. Other activities would not let me escape to have my lunch. So I felt a little weak, but all that could wait. MC needed my attention. So I propped myself up to be fully present and give acceptable response to the patient. The pastoral plan was that when I got the census from the nurse and a little brief, I called our social welfare and intimated them on the challenges MC had and invited them to join me in the patient's room. The plan was to deploy advocacy in care support and apply same as justice coping mechanism in caregiving. So the pastoral visit, I would have, if I have a chaplain, patient to assist me with this.
I'll do patient.
Thank you.
Could help you with the chaplains.
Thank you. These are listeners.
Ready?
Is Lisa in the house? I want somebody to be mother.
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
I'll do, what is that, M3? I mean,
The M
okay, I got you.
is all right. So take it away, chaplain.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Chaplain Victor.
You are welcome.
Good afternoon. The nurse told us you were on your way to meet us.
Yes, I arrived as soon as I could. Some emergency code was called. Pardon my delay.
We're glad you came.
C6. Hello, C6.
MC, how are you feeling today?
I'm fine, thank you. I miss being in school all this while.
Oh, it's sad illness set you back, but you courageously beat the odds.
He is such a brilliant chap, my hero, and my cherished warrior.
I see it in his eyes. He looks cheerful and resilient.
MC, are you an athlete?
I play soccer, also sprint a lot. You need to come to our home and see my medals and trophies.
About leaving the hospital should have brought joy, but it didn't. Being told we could leave should have brought relief. Instead, it left me with feeling numb.
How do you mean feeling dumb?
The sun grinned behind his mask, bunny in hand, playfully waving his premature goodbyes to the nurses who had become his second family.
All I can think is we have nowhere to go.
Please tell me more about it, about where you find yourself at the moment.
Instead of rejoicing that my son is healed, I fear for the future for what await me and my brave boy.
MC, wide-eyed behind his mask still, and exuberantly waved high fives to the nurses who were passing, oblivious of the lamentation of his mom.
What became of your accommodation?
The truth is that we have nowhere to go. During the long hospital stay, I wasn't able to work because MC needed constant care during his chemo treatments. And while my boss said they understood the situation, they stopped my job and my pay.
Her eyes were misty by now. I understood she was making an effort not to break down right before her son. A stifling silence ensued. I deliberately let it linger until she gathered her strength to speak further.
Do you have anyone supporting you?
With MC's dead long out of the picture and no family member by our side, I hadn't been able to pay rent for months.
So sorry to know. It must be overwhelming as well as very much burdensome.
And now, when my son is finally cancer free, I couldn't tell him we had no home to go to.
Seeing MC smile, I smiled back and let him believe that everything was fine.
Earlier, he chose the soccer ball and blue balloon he liked. And although I barely have had any money, I bought them for him. Yet the feeling of relief was still completely absent.
I have had to connect our social worker and give updates on your situation. They will arrive soon. They will arrive anytime soon.
And then two social welfare officers entered the room. I could sense their excitement mixed with relief and expectation. But then I tried to reassure them, saying,
Don't worry. I hope they can be of assistance to you.
I wasn't sure what it was they would do, but something deep down told me things could get better for the mother and child. I calmly introduced the social workers, briefed them further, and excused myself after warm parting pleasantries with MC and his mom. And I said,
Do not worry. Is that right? I hope they can be assist you.
no, before the
Oh.
analysis.
I had to contact our social worker.
The line before the analysis.
Which one? Oh,
before
okay.
number 5.
Please reach out to us at the Spiritual Care Center if there is future need.
So thank you for the assistance. So the analysis, the visit was anxiety. While the mother was feeling distraught and visited due to the uncertain future facing them, MC had no care. He was totally totally oblivious of the nerve-wracking distress the mother faced. The resources of a medical center through the social work intervention provided coping and needed respite for the family. I recall that the visit elicited empathic responses. I could connect with the poverty, the lack, and the deprivation. This was basically due to a narrative history of rising from the ashes of penury to the painful climb to the living on my path. My countertransference was triggered. I felt their pause and the pain where their shoes pinched. I evaluate my presence. I was present throughout the encounter, mostly as I was able to elicit further emotional trust and vulnerability from the patient and especially the mom. I noticed also that I was able to engage with the mother as well as give attention to her and ventilate her feelings. And I was not lost on recognizing MC in his own world of fantasy, carefree presence, as he knew nothing about, as all he knew was being alive and beaming the light of hope to his doting mother. I learned growth and the ability to listen to the cries from the heart of a displaced woman and her child. Sorry. So the spiritual assessment, in as much as I did not set out to fix things, my spiritual care response delivered hope, emotional support, and stability to the family. I played the role of an advocate by escalating their plight to the social welfare department for intervention. Their condition received alleviation, for which care recipients expressed gratitude and appreciation at my chaplain's response, professionalism, and engagement. I employ the tools of transpersonal theory of spiritual assessment. This addresses mostly the social justice issues. It posits that individuals are interconnected with a larger system, including nature and other persons. No one is an island unto oneself. The transpersonal theory highlights the importance of community and shared humanity. I am convinced that the intervention in MC's family resonates here and grounds the caregiving experience that played out within the visit. Theologically, in the Christian Bible, Matthew 14:13-21, Jesus challenged his disciples at the feeding of the 5,000, saying, "You give them something to eat." This injunction comes despite the limited and lean resources at the disciples' disposal. It demonstrates that even with seemingly insufficient means, we are called upon to provide support and service as much as we possibly can to our suffering humans. Faced with so much hunger, poverty, and disease, we are required to rise up to the needs of others. Ethical and social issues. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. So the crux of this visit raises basic social justice and ethical issues. Category E, professional development. Outcome 3, ethical practice and professionalism. Indicator 2A18, demonstrate knowledge of ethical principles, theories used in spiritual care context. And category C, relational dynamics. Outcome 1, empathy. Indicator 2A Number 8, demonstrate one's use of empathy when providing spiritual care. These were addressed within this verbatim. I assisted to facilitate the prophetic role of our clinic by the deployment of our social responsibility and care. It showed the role of a chaplain in the empowerment dynamic, not only as an advocate, but also as a social crusader for care recipients' welfare, which is an integral part of spiritual caregiving. One cannot dismiss the urgency to tackle social justice sore terms like homelessness and lack of proper income. They are fundamental to social upheaval and decadence in the society. MC and his mother needed all the support they could get to get back on their feet. I plan on following up on the response of the social welfare officers regarding the provision of assistance to MC and his mother. I chatted that the care recipient and the mother were provided with social and spiritual and emotional support. Chaplain engaged care recipients in a manner that elicited valuable responses, which culminated in social welfare assistance. Care recipients were grateful and appreciative of chaplain's intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I like how in 11A3 you recognize your own social identity and how it interacted with your care receivers' social identity as well. And you felt your countertransference, but you allowed it to drive the how you offered care. You know, you got a social worker to come and help the family. And I love that. And I love this verbatim as well. Um, and I also like when the scripture that you used, and I guess I don't hear it like that very often because um, you said even with insufficient means we're called to give, which is true, and I like the way you put that. And we have to rise up and meet the needs of others. I like that as well. In C8, you said um, it is sad that the illness set you back, but you courageously beat the odds. So I like how you supported the little boy in that area. And you kept repeating back what the mother said. So you let her know she was supported and heard. And you know, you were telling them say more in C15. Um, this is a very, very hard situation to see somebody have to go out on the street, but you did your best to support them. Especially when you, like I said, you contacted social service and offered them care, and you said you would follow up with her. I really liked how you supported her and engaged her. It was a good verbatim. Thank you.
May I ask, did they find a place? That is my curiosity.
Did they do what?
Were they offered a place to stay?
Yeah, and I indicated it there that I will follow up to see the responses. Exactly, they did, but I didn't record it there.
Yeah, no, I was just following up because that was what was pricking solution. Oh, I know Donna would say we are not fixers, but anyway.
Well, I think that's a great question. Can you share with us how you plan to follow up? What's the criteria of the chaplain following up on the work of the social worker in your context?
Yeah, I think basically information sharing, keeping a tab to know, just like I contacted them when it was like hamstrung, my hands were tied, I couldn't fix nothing. So they were in charge of doing the real thing. So I needed to, like I informed them, also get feedback on, and that's how we do it, because all the information you put out, they're out there as you know, the team, will look at what is being shared that will help them, because it's interdisciplinary. Whatever reaction should be, what they pick up from what you have. And also when they do anything, they'll equally post it to you. Now equally see their responses.
Thank you. That's helpful. So it's an information sharing, not contacting the family. Okay, thank you.
And I really like the emotional attunement and empathy that you showed, especially with MC, because she's the main conversation partner there. I really like the open-ended questions that drew her. And I think you could sense an influence of more comfortability as the conversation is progressing. So that she could open up more. So, and that is again by your empathetic presence, by attunement, emotional attunement in that particular situation. So that is beautifully done. And I also like that you engage the little boy and want to know what he likes, and it's good to be children. The mother is nerve-wracking to find a place. The boy, come and see my football trophies. That was a beautiful moment there.
Didn't know that he didn't even have a home.
Right. Well, right.
We had those things where
Yeah, and I like the fact that you didn't probe him a lot, because at that point, first of all, the impetus for that encounter was not the boy itself, but the situational need of the family. So you stayed at that. So it was a very good conversation, and I like that Lisa has said it beautifully too, that your own lived experiences impacted the way you interacted with them, right? That is that what your own, again, Lisa highlighted the social identity and the correlations between your own lived experience. And it might not be exact correlation, but the fact that you know what poverty looks like, so that draws you to be able to also find solutions which you as a chaplain cannot offer, but social workers are empowered to do. So I like that. The follow-up you say is for information sharing, but could the follow-up also mean it's not like do you have a house or not have a house, but to honestly that is that emotional presence in the midst of the chaos that they are going through. Is that a possibility? Because beyond whichever way it goes, give a temporary housing. Social workers cannot do much but temporary housing. But there's a larger undergirding layer, which is the emotional, the chaos, the chaotic reality of the mother And the son, but the son doesn't know. Yeah. And I except if I missed that part. Was there anything about the father?
No, she mentioned it that the dad was absent.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, overall, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Victor, for sharing with us. I can see your presence there, your empathy, always as part of your style, the way you handle the things, so peaceful, and the way you provide care to both of them, supporting according to their own needs. The kid and the mom, according to their needs, you support them very well. You provide hope in the middle of the stressful time the mom is going through. You provide joy to the kid, in the middle of his sadness situation, which is good. You made the separation really, really good, and the care of the boy and the care of the mom. And I like the way you're doing that. To be sorry for what happened with the mom, you to encourage the boy and the situation that made difference in both. And I appreciate your rebuttal. And I can see your kindness. Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us this verbatim.
Yeah, Fred, thank you.
Victor, I was noting, I'm not sure if you've identified the outcomes and indicators that are in this verbatim, but I-11, level 2, A20, I think it's A20. I was trying to find it real quick. I couldn't find it. The outcome about teamwork and collaboration. So that's one of the indicators and outcomes that you've addressed in this, the way you worked with the social work. Can you share with us the connection to the the spiritual care piece? The spiritual assessment, can you share a little bit with us? I think you identified, I don't have it on this copy, but I think it's on your copy, transpersonal spiritual assessment. Help us make the connection with where the transpersonal spiritual assessment showed up for you in this.
You're on mute, Victor.
You're on mute, Victor.
I'm sorry. So I think I mentioned it that no one is an island. So that theory will also play up interpersonal, relationships where people supporting people, working hand in hand, solving social problems, especially one keying into the system. So that transpersonal theory will also, like I said, resonate with what played out here. We wouldn't let the family stand alone.
Okay. Make sure you're talking about transpersonal spiritual assessment and not a different spiritual assessment.
No.
Because the transpersonal is about the transcendent, about the mysterious, about the mystical, about the experience of God. So that's why I was curious how you were making that connection. But okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Victor? Okay. We want to proceed or right into the next one?
10 minutes break.
You want a break? Okay. And then we'll come back to Alice. And I think you said 10 minutes, right, Victor? 10 minutes.
Is it my verbatim showing on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I have 3 screens, so they're showing me different things. So just want to be sure. Okay. Should I begin?
Can you make it a little bit larger?
Okay. Is that big enough?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So this visit what took place 06/28/2025. Location was phone. Patient's initial GY, age 39, identified as heterosexual male, diagnosis spiritual wrestling with masculinity and sexuality beliefs. Ethnic group Black, African American, Christian. Yeah. I bring this verbatim because it challenged me to integrate biblical literacy, cultural humility, and trauma-informed pastoral care in addressing deeply embedded African masculinities and sexual discourses. This framing of gay men as men wasters surfaced intergenerational theological beliefs rooted in patriarchal interpretation of masculinity, sexuality, and semen. I'm just sorry that I'm using a language, but I'm using it because we are all adults. Yeah, and it's the language that was used all through. And semen as proof of manhood. This encounter tested my capacity to hold compassion and prophetic truth-telling together while navigating my intentional reactions, including grief at the harm such beliefs cause, anger at their theological distortion, and urgency to respond faithfully. It also required that I draw upon Genesis 38 and Onan's coitus interruptus as a pastoral resource, reframing his perception within a biblical narrative he trusts and respects. This visit highlighted my need to engage with theological beliefs not merely at the intellectual level, but within their cultural, communal, and spiritual contexts, offering a reframing that is both contextually rooted and liberative. Additionally, revealed my countertransference as my anger at Cameroonian patriarchal masculinity was connected to my mother's lifelong trauma under pastors who used the Bible to justify her subjugation to an abusive husband. Holding this pain without letting it distort my pastoral presence is an ongoing learning edge. And I will skip the outcome indicator address. So it's outcome 2, social identity, that was addressed. Category B, awareness of self and other. Outcome 2, justice seeking awareness of biases. Category C, relational dynamics. Outcome 2, relational boundaries. Category D, spiritual care intervention. Outcome 1, develop spiritual care relationships. Category E, professional development, research-based care. Background. Guy is a Cameroonian man in his late 30s who attends my church Thursday Bible study. During one of our sessions, we explored biblical models of masculinity beyond dominance and aggression, emphasizing Jesus' servanthood and vulnerability. Gil felt deeply triggered by this discussion. It challenged the cultural teaching he had internalized that equate masculinity with strength, sexual dominance, and expectation to procreate as proof of manhood. After that Bible study session, Guy reached out to me privately. He requested to meet with me along with 3 of his close friends. These friends identify as Christian but are not actively involved in any church community. Guy explained that they often discuss topic of faith and masculinity informally, but had never engaged in structured theological conversation with a pastoral guide. Our first meeting together was intense but significant. The men were honest about their struggles, questions, and cultural tension around masculinity, sexuality, and Christian identity. Since then, Guy and I have established a rhythm of individual phone conversation every 2 weeks, alternating with our Zoom Bible study gathering with his friends. He initiated this phone conversation as part of our ongoing pastoral accompaniment. During this call, Guy raised concerns that he and his friend had been discussing the meaning of masculinity in African culture, attitudes towards the LGBT community, and what they perceive as the wastefulness of semen among gay men. This view reflects long-standing community held belief about semen as a source of life, masculinity as tied to procreation, and homosexuality as deviant. This conversation emerged as a pastoral opportunity to engage his cultural belief with theological reflection and compassionate truth-telling. Pastoral plan to provide a pastoral space to explore Guy's belief on masculinity and sexuality, challenge theological misconception, and offer spiritual reframing with cultural sensitivity. The goal is to listen without judgment while gently challenging harmful beliefs, to integrate Genesis 38 to reframe semen theology, to uphold dignity and compassion while engaging theological critique. And now I invite two people to help with the dialogue.
I can help you with C.
Maybe G. I don't know.
Okay, C, who is doing C?
I am.
Alfred.
Okay, Alfredo will do C. Okay, thank you. And Victor is doing, okay, let's go. Let me put it up a little bit more. Okay.
Okay, right there. Good, thanks for calling today. What's been on your mind about our masculinity to study?
Calm but serious.
I just think gay men, West semen. God gave sex for procreation.
Yeah, you was frozen for a while, Victor.
For my side,
Yes.
Yeah.
my network is terrible. So where do I go back to G2?
Yes, please.
Okay. Semen. God gave sex for procreation, not for pleasure that goes nowhere.
I felt my chest tighten. His word carried centuries of patriarchal sexual control. I prayed silently. God, help me respond with truth and grace.
That's an intense perspective. Could you tell me more about where that belief originated for you?
Firm tone.
It's what we're taught. A man's semen gives life. Against it. It's pointless sex.
I felt anger rise at the dehumanization. I slowed my breathing to ground myself before speaking.
I hear how deeply you hold that. Have you ever considered how this teaching affects people spiritually?
Hesitant.
Yes, you got frozen again, Victor. Answer the G6.
What do you mean?
Gently.
I mean, When we teach the SEM's only purpose is to create children, how do we make a man who are infertile or celibate feel?
He was quiet. I sense his wrestling. My heart softened seeing his internal struggle.
I don't. I suppose I never considered that.
Do you remember the story of Onan in Genesis 38?
Curious.
Anand, remind me.
Onan practiced coitus interruptus. He slept with his brother's widow, Tamar, but pulled out to avoid giving her children. God saw it as a weakness and struck him dead.
I sense him listening intently. The Spirit nudged me. Keep it theological, rooted, compassionate.
But straight. That was about denying children.
True, but it's also showing that semen's wasted isn't only about homosexuality. Even heterosexuality men who misuse it, sex can be held accountable. If semen's wasted is your concern, then men who masturbate or sleep with women without intent to parent are equal implicated. What do you think about that?
Long pause. I never
thought about it that way.
I felt relief and saddened. I felt relief and it was saddened. That is a typo. His silence told me a shift was happening, however small.
Guy, I see your desire to honor God with your masculinity, but masculinity is more than a semen. It's integrity, compassion, courage, and humility before God.
Quiet.
You really think masculinity isn't about sex?
Soft laugh.
Jesus' masculinity was about servanthood. He washed feet. He washed feet. He wept. He relinquished power to save us.
My eyes swelled up. This is the masculinity I wish all men could model. Self-emptying love rooted in God's justice and mercy.
That makes some sense. I need to think about all this.
Thank you for sharing your vulnerability today. These conversations aren't easy, but I am grateful for your honesty.
Softly.
I'll never talk about this with anyone. I've never talked about this with anyone like this before.
I am here to keep wrestling with you, always with respect.
Quiet.
Thank you, Sister Alice. You make me think deeply.
That's what community is for. Let's pray together before we end.
Calm.
Yes, please.
Lord, thank you for Guy's courage to wrestle with this truth. Grant him wisdom, compassion, and freedom to live in your love. Amen.
I sat in silence after the call, praying for Guy. His journey will be long, but today a seed of reframing was planted. Analyzing the person and situation. Guy's belief reflected a communal masculinity deeply embedded in heteronormative procreation-centered theology. reinforced by patriarchal interpretation of sexuality within his African cultural context. In his worldview, semen holds secret significance only when it leads to procreation, which frame gay men.
You haven't advanced the screen that we see.
Oh, is it? Are you not seeing the screen?
I'm not. Is anybody else seeing it? Maybe it's just me.
I'm seeing this.
See very clear.
Okay, I see it clearly, but I don't see the analysis. Maybe it's me. It's fine. I have it printed.
Oh, okay. 5A, analyzing the person and situation. Gays' belief reflect a communal masculinity deeply embedded in heteronormative procreation-centered theology, reinforced by patriarchal interpretation of sexuality within its African cultural context. In his worldview, semen holds secret significance only when it leads to procreation, which frame gay men as engaging in purposeless or defiling sexual acts. This theology delegitimizes non-procreative sexual expressions, negates the spiritual and covenantal dimension of sexual intimacy, and perpetuates stigma against LGBT persons. His reference to semen waste as the reason gay sex is wrong revealed not just theological conviction, but internalized communal shame narrative that equates masculinity with virility, power, and the capacity to plant seed. The introduction of Genesis 38 and Onan's coitus interruptus challenged his selective application of semen theology by revealing that God's judgment on Onan was not purely about semen waste, but about injustice, refusal of kingship responsibility, and covenantal breach with Tamar. Gay's reflective silence and softened tone towards the end signal the beginning of theological dissonance, a potential openness for gradual transformation, reframing, and healing of gender theological wounds. Self-reflection. During this encounter, I felt deep grief at how such teachings have historically harmed and continue to harm LGBT persons, reducing their humanity to theological debate about waste and worth. Anger also arose at the patriarchal theology that roots masculinity in semen alone, ignoring spiritual maturity, character, and Christ-like humility. I noticed an urge to engage in theological combat to dismantle every oppressive interpretation at once. I prayed silently for restraint and wisdom, recognizing that spiritual care is not a pulpit for debate, but an altar for transformation. Family system theory reminded me that Gay's views are not purely personal choice, but product of intergenerational transmission within his cultural, ecclesial, and familial system. Addressing them requires patience, cultural humility, and pastoral accompaniment rather than immediate correction or confrontation. This encounter reminded me of my commitment to trauma-informed care, to see even harmful beliefs as location of woundedness, needing compassionate redirection. Evaluating my involvement. I entered this conversation with Guy, aware of my role as his Bible study teacher and pastoral guide. However, the dialogue quickly uncovered layers of personal countertransference that I had not anticipated. When Guy said at G2, I just think gay men with semen God gave sex for procreation, not for pleasure that goes nowhere, I felt my chest tighten with anger and grief. His word carried echoes of the Cameroonian patriarchal masculinity I've known all my life. A masculinity that wields theology as a weapon to control sexuality, dismiss women, and justify exclusion. I noticed my anger rising again at G4 when he declared so firmly, "It's what we are taught. A man's semen gives life. Gay people waste it." In that moment, I was no longer just his chaplain. I was my mother's daughter, remembering the lifelong trauma she suffered at the hand of patriarchal pastors who beat her into submission with Bible verses demanding she remain silent and obedient to an abusive husband. My mother still lives with internalized guilt for never measuring up to theological expectation that erase her identity. I slowed my breathing to ground myself before responding at C5 and to choose to ask, have you ever thought about how this teaching impacts people spiritually? This was my attempt to reorient the conversation from the mechanics of semen to the human and spiritual consequences of such beliefs. When he hesitated at G6 and then admitted at G8, I don't know. I guess I never thought of that. I sensed the Spirit softening both our hearts. I felt compassion returning as I realized his theology was inherited, not invented. At C11, I introduced Genesis 38 and Onan Coitus Interruptus not as an abstract proof text, but as a pastoral reframing tool. I said, Onan practice coitus interruptus. God saw it as wicked and struck him dead, emphasizing covenantal injustice rather than semen waste. His curiosity and confusion at G12 allowed me to gently challenge his narrow interpretation. At C13, I reframed, if semen waste is your concern, then men who masturbate or sleep with women without intent to parent are equally implicated. What do you think about this? His long pause at G14 was telling. I felt relief, saddened, and hope all at once. Throughout this encounter, my tone remained calm, invitational, and non-shaming. I validated his desire to honor God with his masculinity in C15, while reframing masculinity through Jesus' servanthood in C17. However, I recognized that I could have explored where he first learned this teaching, how this belief shaped his relationship with women and LGBT persons, and what it would mean for his spiritual identity if these theological frameworks were dismantled. My countertransference, the anger and the grief tied to my mother's lifelong suffering under similar patriarchal theories almost prevented me from staying present as his pastoral caregiver rather than as an outraged daughter. This is a growing edge I must continue to work on in supervision, holding my personal narrative with care so that it deepens rather than distort my pastoral presence. Personal and professional growth. This visit deepens my commitment to pastoral care that integrates cultural humility, trauma-informed listening, and contextual biblical literacy. It also revealed a critical area of personal growth, recognizing how my narrative of witnessing Cameroonian patriarchal theology harm my mother continues to shape my pastoral responses. My anger at Gay's statement was not only theological, but intensely personal, rooted in lifelong grief over watching pastors use scripture to justify her silent suffering and subjugation. Professionally, this encounter expanded my courage to address harmful theologies compassionately while honoring relational trust. I grew in my ability to hold countertransference awareness with integrity, using it not to fuel theological combat, but to remain grounded as a pastor rooted in empathy, wisdom, and prophetic truth-telling. I'm learning that my own story, when integrated reflectively, can become a wellspring of authentic pastoral presence rather than a barrier to it. This visit affirmed my vocational calling to guide others through difficult theological terrains with both fierce justice and tender grace. Spiritual assessment. Guy is spiritually grounded in conservative African evangelical theology, holding deeply entrenched belief that equate masculinity with heterosexual procreation, semen potency, and dominance. These views are shaped by communal teaching that elevate male sexual capacity as proof of worth and legitimacy. Despite the rigidity of these beliefs, his thoughtful pause and willingness to engage with Genesis 38 indicate an openness to gradual reframing. His spiritual need include a pastoral presence that combines cultural respect, biblical depth, and compassionate truth-telling, guiding him away from shame-based masculinity towards a vision rooted in Christ-like servanthood, integrity, and relational justice. He requires accompaniment that affirms his desire to honor God while challenging him to see masculinity as embodied in love, humility, and covenantal responsibility, rather than merely in terms of sexual productivity. Theological spiritual reflection. Genesis 38 challenged narrow procreative semen theology by revealing that God's concern was justice for Tamar, not merely the mechanics of semen loss. Onar's sin lay in his refusal to fulfill his covenantal duty to provide lineage and protection for Tamar, thereby denying her dignity, social security, and place within Israel community. This text reframes semen theology from a focus on biological production alone to an ethic of sexual justice, covenant faithfulness, and communal responsibility. Masculinity in Scripture is ultimately redefined through Jesus, his life, vulnerability, tears, and sacrificial love. He washed feet, wept over cities, relinquished power to redeem humanity. For men like he, Jesus offered liberation from oppressive gender expectations into a masculinity that prioritized justice, compassion, humility, and self-emptying love. True masculinity as modeled by Christ is not about planting seed for validation, but laying down one's life to uplift others in dignity and freedom. Ethical and social justice issue. This encounter highlighted the ethical urgency of dismantling theological frameworks that justify homophobia, sexual stigma, and gender oppression. Beliefs that define masculinity purely through semen potency and procreation not only marginalize LGBT persons, but also create deep shame for men who are infertile, celibate, or whose sexual expression does not conform to cultural script. The conversation revealed that theological ideas about semen and masculinity are not neutral. They carry profound social, psychological, and spiritual consequences, perpetrating exclusion and internalized shame. For pastoral caregiver, the ethical task is to balance prophetic critique with cultural humility, dismantling harmful theological construct while maintaining pastoral relationship that fosters dignity and growth. Justice-oriented discipleship demands that we ensure our theological conversations liberate rather than further marginalize those already carrying the weight of oppressive interpretations. This requires courage, wisdom, and love rooted in the radical inclusivity of Christ. Future plan. Continue bi-weekly individual spiritual care session, integrate further biblical masculinity studies like Joseph's sexual integrity, Daniel's courage, Jesus' servanthood. Bring this case to supervision, and I will add to group session for deeper cultural humility reflection and strategy. Pray for spirit-led opportunities to reframe gender theologies with grace, truth, and liberation. Explore trauma-informed approaches to addressing underlying shame and communal masculine script charting. The care recipient engaged in a theological discussion on masculinity, sexuality, and semen theology rooted in cultural and biblical interpretation. He expressed beliefs viewing gay sex as semen waste, reflecting deep internalized hegemonic masculinity norms, equating male worth with sexual potency and procreation. The chaplain provided a spiritual reframing using Genesis 38 to highlight covenantal justice and Jesus' model of masculinity, emphasizing servanthood, humility, and sacrificial love. The recipient was reflective, quiet, and expressed openness to further discussions. He verbalized a desire to be transformed and healed from lifelong internalization of masculinity as proof of manhood. No immediate distress noted. Follow-up schedule for continued theological accompanying and pastoral care. Okay, I will stop sharing. Should I stop sharing?
Oh, Alice, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a dissertation. And you've also told us that the chaplain is not only supposed to be a man of the heart, or a person, a woman of the heart, or a person of the heart, is also a person of the head. So it's a combination of the head and the heart. So because these are concepts, deep concepts, and the chaplain should be able to tell the difference, to tell the apples from the oranges, and not paint, because if you can't tell the difference, you risk painting everything in one brush and also lapsing into stereotypes. So thank you for bringing out very core issues. And ordinarily one would gloss through them, but these are the things, they are emerging issues day by day. You see concepts and ideas. So the chaplain should be familiar with all that. So thank you for bringing them up. So there are very many of them. We could just pick them out gradually and analyze them. So I want to begin by thanking you for the insights you provided within this verbatim. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor.
Alice, this is a powerful verbatim, and this scenario fits you very well because your training and what you know. I thought you did a very good job, and I think you hit your outcome in IB3, the social identity, inform your care for guide. And I liked how you challenged his cultural beliefs with authority and also with grace. In IB7, you recognize your own countertransference, and also in C13, I felt like a little bit of your countertransference was kind of driving that, and maybe a little bit trying to fix them a little bit, but a little bit, but it's a very good verbatim. And if this had landed at my door, I don't know, that it would have been a whole different thing. I wouldn't have known how to handle it, but I think you did handle it with grace and authority. And I think what else? And it seemed like he ended up, having a different view and an open mind. And he came in with an open mind. He asked you the questions, and he wasn't closed off like, no, that's wrong. No, 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 no. But he was willing to listen and learn and grow. So thank you. That was a powerful verbatim.
Thank you, Lisa. And you are absolutely right about C13. Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa, for your verbatim. Was tough, intensive. I can see you were there. You had compassion, empathy. But also I can see your pastoral side right there. I can see you as a picture, and some points as a persecutor. Okay? Because I feel like he challenged your theology. Okay? And you give it to him in another Bible study right there. Okay? Because he challenged your theology as a pastor. and then you were dealing with that mentality, okay, when you are in that session with him. Because you bring the scripture, okay, you interpret the scripture for him. And I can see that pastoral intensity that you have it because you have a passion in the area. Okay, and you say in the beginning, challenge, and as a pastor was a great verbarian. It's a wonderful verbarian. Okay, because you give it to them the scripture, they need to know it, the instructions. Okay, but I can see those little things, you try to fix it. Maybe I'm wrong. Just correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, you are right. That is right there. It's right there. My fixer person is, yeah, I'm not going to say that you are wrong, but Fredo, not at all. I won't say that. Yeah. Especially C13, but that C13 is winning in that I did get a text from him last night, which he had said, because he said, okay, they had never ever thought of masturbation as semen waste. So for them, they blocked out that and they had never thought about it. Now they were reading Genesis 38 last night, which for me was a good thing that it allowed them to go read it. And I sense from I have not talked to him in person, he sent me a note about that. But I really sense that he's beginning to understand, because if the point of their problem with the gay community or LGBT community hinges on that, then that is torn down by what they do themselves. Because he was very, very open and that he said, I don't know if it's just broad generalization, his note said this is what a lot of men do. And if we do that, it means that we are complicit. So, but again, my response to him, that remember, that was not the point. That analogy came to make a point, to reframe and dismantle that belief. That is so else, yeah. So I got that. But I would agree, even with Lisa too, that I think at that point I was so fed up with the critique. Again, as you say, as we all do, we select the conversation. There's more to that. I was at a point where only the grace of God allowed me to stay the entire conversation. I was so mad.
And I understand, because I may do the same as you doing, because he challenged this Bible study,
Right.
He came to the area. You brought him in the area. He came to the area. And the truth is, I don't know how I might handle it if I face that as you face it. Maybe I could do worse. I could do wrong. Sorry. I don't know, because wasn't an easy verbarium in that position, because I am a pastor also. And I understand, he came and challenged he's one of my ships, challenged me, challenged the scripture. I have to do the same. See, I'm saying that as a pastor perspective was a great work. Was a beautiful, because in the end, you make it think and reflect, and the points that he bring it. Okay, just think.
Right.
Yeah, but other than that, it's a great interaction that you had with this.
Yeah.
Alice, what guys' unmet spiritual need based on you?
Yeah, they really, the impetus for all the conversation we give is from the fact that, as I said, the Bible study triggered a lot of things, and it really felt for our very first conversation, and that is the one of the rationale why I really say, okay, I'll follow you up, he really, really wants to deal with the destructive character. He felt everybody sees him as this tough, very rude, very macho boy, a man, and he really felt it's because of the way he was raised to be a man. So that Bible study triggered in him that, and his really essential goal was to help him along the way of helping him come to the place where awareness and the Bible to help him heal or, yeah, transform from that. Because that image he gets in the community, that's not, as he would tell me, Sister Alice, you know, I'm a really nice guy. You know me, you know I'm a nice guy. So he wants to move away from that. And so all this questioning and everything is towards that part of awareness, which should lead to the need for him to heal that person in him, that macho gi in him. And so he thinks the Bible is what will help him to do that. So, and I think he really wants to.
Is there anything in here you wish you had done differently?
In retrospect, maybe I would reframe like C13 differently. But I would say that I'm proud of it though. I'm proud I spit that out because I think it is triggering conversation now, which for me, I hope reframes the whole thing so that the LGBT community is not, again, it's not just LGBT community. Victor is on here as a priest. Most people in Africa think even a priest is waste because he's not procreating, right? I was a nun, as you guys know, for 15 years. For 15 years, my father disowned me for half of that because the thing is a waste. The womb is wasted. You are not procreating. So it's helping that belief about the LGBT community as the target for this conversation for me. If I never brought Genesis 38 to really show that what you do when you masturbate as men, you are also wasting semen because it's not procreative oriented. Allow for that conversation now that is going on. I don't know what they said more. I know in church on Sunday, I'll hear a head full of that from Guy. So framing from a pastoral care perspective, maybe regret about inserting that, no. But from a pastoral care perspective, I don't know how I could have reframed it. To get that conversation to, I never thought about that. To get to think, oh, I have never thought about that, to leading him to, okay, maybe this is the time to start thinking differently,
So you identify yourself as a pastoral guide.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about this challenge that we have. Is the pastoral guide guiding someone to what they want them to believe and their biblical interpretation? Is that what your definition of pastoral guide is? So
No.
you're not a theological enforcer, but you're a biblical enforcer.
Right, because I'm doing two things now. I am a theologian, a biblical study. I teach our Thursday Bible study, by the way, the church Bible study. I am in that sense the one guides him to read the Bible responsibly and to read the Bible, interrogate, and try to understand the Bible from different perspectives than the evangelical inculcated one. The Bible says it, I believe it, I settles it without conversation. So in that sense, I'm guide, but I'm not the guide. Maybe I should say a pastoral presence in his life rather than guide, because guide might say, I'm guiding you towards the path, right? In my seasons, I'm guiding you to fix you. Maybe pastoral presence is better.
Maybe pastoral guide is accurate. You're guiding him, it seems, to a particular biblical interpretation.
Yeah.
You're leaning heavily in that. So I would invite you for reframing. It's one thing when you invite someone to consider reframing and they construct it. It's another thing when you decide what they're believing is wrong and you're going to reconstruct it. That would be the theological combat, and that would to me be the biblical enforcer. And I think that's an interesting thing to talk about. How do we figure out that your interpretation of a scripture is the right interpretation and someone else's is the wrong? Or maybe we don't go there at all and we settle in, say more about how that makes you feel. Say more about how that has shown up in your life. Say more about what's going on with you. I'm wondering, do you hear the different lane? So I think you've described pastoral guide as you guiding him to what you consider a correct biblical interpretation very well. Whether you want to stay there or not, is becomes the question. Because you absolutely have this is how the scripture is to be interpreted, and the way you are interpreting it is wrong. But I'm wondering if he has a whole nother world going on here about how he's living with the interpretation that has nothing to do with the excellence of his hermeneutics, but has everything to do with what he's struggling with in his life. Offer that for reflection. What are you thinking?
Right. And I think you're absolutely right. I would not even saying this interpretation is wrong or what if he's not using the Bible as tool, right? He's using Genesis 1 to procreate. And that's where he started, by the way. The Bible says you should go and it says, be fruitful and multiply. That is what you hear all the time. They are not doing that mandate. And then the mandate, the creational mandate is to be fruitful and multiply. And anybody who is not fruitful and multiplying, that person is out, right? Is deviant. And that's so because he uses scripture as the tool, I use scripture to show that they want to consider really deviant in terms of semen waste. You are also doing it. So because he himself said, without me even asking, when I in C13, when I talk about masturbate and blah blah blah, he said, "Oh, I do that all the time." He's very close to me, so he was honest enough to tell me that. So I say, so I met him where I would say where he was in terms of using scripture as tool, right? And for him, the Bible said it. I believe it. That settles it. And for me, I'm like, no, it doesn't settle it. Let's talk about it. And right, because for him, that verse settles everything. Everything else must move from that creational mandate to humanity to be fruitful and multiply. It settles everything else. And therefore, gay sexual relationships is theologically a waste because it's not procreative oriented. It's not doing what Genesis 1:28 is saying. So that was so important that I wasn't presenting Genesis 38 to say, this is you are right, you are wrong, this is right. I was presenting it to show, one, the text is really about justice, it's really not about semen. But if you are going to talk about semen waste, masturbation is waste too, because it's not procreative oriented, even though it is in a heterosexual relationship. So in that sense, there's really no tools for oppressive tools against the LGBT community because of that. You can use a different argument, but if you are going to use that argument, which was the focus for him, it doesn't hold. Was I saying was right or not? But I was for me, yeah, because in that his whole thing was semen waste,
In
C5, guys, but
C5. Look at C5 very quickly.
Okay. I'm sorry for the guys today, but please, I'll hear how deeply you hold that. Have you ever considered how this teaching affects people spiritually? Yes, yes.
The spiritual guide. Here's the guide. Have you ever thought about how this teaching impacts people spiritually? Here's the come alongside. I hear how deeply you hold that.
Mm-hmm.
Stop.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. Don't guide.
Mm-hmm.
Journey and allow him to talk and reflect on just where he is. And I think there are many places throughout where you have when the guide enters, makes judgment, assessment, determination, and then says, now how do you feel about that? Where the co-journer could just stop, make the observation, and be silent. And I'm going to practice it right now.
And I guarantee you, I couldn't not have stopped that day. I, I guarantee you, I could not have stopped. I was boiling. You cannot understand. I was just thinking about all the many people that is right now erasing their identity as legitimacy of their lives, celibate, and men who cannot have children, women too who cannot have children because even semen is still wasted if the womb cannot carry it. I was just thinking about a whole lot of people in this statement that is their identity is just being negated, and I could not stop so chaplaincy is a hard thing because it deals with real life. The real people are being and let me tell you, for the African community, let me tell you, they're hardcore. It is, especially the evangelical community, which is now like spreading like wildfire, which people just believe it. It's like that God says it, I believe it, it settles it. Philosophy like wildfire. I just couldn't stop there because it would just open more doors to say all those harsh things against a community that I just feel, because in that community are all the marginalized. It's
I'm gonna
not
have to
just
stop you. I'm gonna have to stop you because we have gone over time. So we are gonna have to stop and take our break and go into our IPG session where we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. So I'm gonna ask you to just take a 5-minute break and come back, please.
okay. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Just one brief logistical note. Next week, we are doing the mid-unit evaluations. We're doing mid-unit evaluations because we switched week July 3rd and July 10th assignments. So when we gather next week, you have your mid-unit evaluation. And I have the resources that you asked me for, so I'm going to email them to you sometime this week. And there's a few of them, so I'll email those to you. And that's it.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Would you have time in this summer to do a didactic? Is that how it's called? On a drama triangle empowerment?
Yes, we can find time, space to revisit. Okay. And the drama triangle and TED, the empowerment triangle, kind of moving from one dynamic to the other.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I will find time.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Okay. So if there are no other clarifying questions, we're all clear. Next week, we are doing our mid-unit evaluations. Then let us begin IPG.
I would like to claim a few minutes and apologize for being late. But I had gotten a call from my DS, which my bishop had got a letter from a member of the community about my church or whatever. And I've talked about this guy before, Johnny Hopkins. Well, I shouldn't say his name, JH, I'm sorry. And we in the community believe he's autistic. He has not been diagnosed, right? But he's highly intelligent, of course. Anyway, he's been writing letters to the bishop about me and my church. And I think I told you guys he had like a mental breakdown 2.5 years ago. Well, he wrote a letter, and this last letter he wrote last night at midnight, I guess. And I don't know how he got hold of a computer because he doesn't have one. But anyway, he wrote that somebody in the church was trying to stab him and harm him. He said that somebody had beat him up, which that happened in the community, but that's been a while back. He did say the date, it was in April. And he said that, people in the church had took some kind of poison or something and put it on him and tried to harm him, and they had to give him new clothes and new shoes and stuff. It was just all kind of stuff. And I was kind of worried because that can harm my position as a pastor and, have a reflection on me that I'm doing something wrong in the communities. So it highly upset me that he would write a letter like that. But he said things like that in the community before because he's told people that I was at this college, local college, and that one of the professors had called me racial slurs. I have never been to that college. So he just says things and does things like that. And everything is like a delusion that, somebody's out to get him. He said some kids were harming him and doing stuff to him. It was a crazy letter, a long letter that they read to me. And I don't know, it's just kind of overwhelming. But at some point, like I said, he's had a mental breakdown, and everything he said was not even true. None of it was true, except the fact that somebody did beat him up. But he caused that to happen because he was messing with some kids in the community, and they went back and told their parents, and the parents did come and beat him up because the kids said he had a gun, but he told the bishop that the kids had the gun and pulled the gun on him. And then I think I said that he had the kids in the church had a knife and was trying to stab him or something in my church, but no kids have done that in our church. And that the church, people in the church has been staring at him, threatening threatening him with their eyes, staring him down and stuff. But I told him none of that's true. Because he comes to church and he sits outside at the bell towers and he waits for church to be over because he knows that at least 3 people are going to give him $20, and that's going to be like $60 every Sunday. Somebody's giving him, and then somebody's going to take him to get food. He's very well taken care of in the community. We even pay his water bill. I don't even want to name all the stuff we do for him. He's well taken care of, but his mental state is just crashing. And and he's, like I said, he's written the bishop several letters. So I didn't even know this was going on. I don't even write the bishop. I write his secretary, but I don't know. I just don't understand, and I don't. And they asked me what should they do about it, and I was like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, because whatever you say, he's not going to receive it very well. He's probably just going to continue to write the letters. So I don't know what to do. But anyway, I'm sorry. Thank y'all for allowing me to be late, and I apologize for all that's been going on. Thank you. If you have any feedback or help, please help me.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. Alice, wait, thank you, Lisa. Thank you. And it's great to have you. You are good company. You are. And just like most of us, I know you're dealing with a lot at this time. And being a leader of your flock, pastoring is not in any way a walk in the park. No, never. So it's good you let it out. And that's exactly what this space is for. Thank you for using it optimally. While we encourage all of us to bring it here. Yeah, generally from our orienting system and the narrative history, and we tell it to Jesus, but also tell it to the brother and the sister. Share it, problems shared I have solved. So don't die in silence. So I want to thank you once again. It takes a lot of courage. So don't drown in your worries, in your anxiety. Just come and unload all of it. And there are people of vast experiences here, people who are highly knowledgeable, people who are steeped in spirituality, who can offer a shoulder for you to lean on. So once again, I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Don't also fold your arms. If you have a team, I would suggest perhaps, they can also do their reports, their due diligence. And if you have a reporting authority, you can also, with all those reports or information, relate back to headquarters or whoever supervises what you do. It will also go a long way to douse some of those flimsy, reports. Maybe they will investigate, maybe so that they will know that, oh, this person is crying wolf. They can. And if you're able to do that, then you've done your bit. You leave the rest to God. And that's just 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate your kind words. It's very helpful.
I want to share something. This is my own experience because your story brought me something that happened to me years ago. When I born again as a Christian, when I started going to church, I get into the Christian world with all in. And I started working in a company where there were a couple of persons, even the manager came to the church I'm going. And a few months later, the manager called me to his office, who was my leader in the church also at the time. And he warned me about somebody who has a knife and was looking for me to kill me, to make some damage to me. And he told me, just watch out because this guy has a knife and he is looking for you. I'm concerned about that. Okay. I went to my house and I put that statement in front of God and I prayed. Say, I don't have time, you deal with that. And the Holy Spirit brought me the scripture when Nehemiah was building the walls. You know, he was persecuted with false letters against him. And he said that, let God deal with that. And I can tell you, 3 months later, somebody knocked on my door. And there was this guy who was looking for me. Asked me to pray for him because God said, my is the vengeance, I let everything in the hands of God because it doesn't have nothing with me. I don't do nothing wrong. And God deal with that. I pray for him. He handed to me the knife that he has it. And I asked, why you do that? And he told me it's because I almost had an accident. And God told me that happened to me because I was trying to kill you. And since that day, I have a friend of him. And my own experience, don't pay attention too much, let God, but to do what you have to do, as Victor said, like human,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lisa. You're a brave woman, so I have confidence that you have good discerning spirit. You'll be able to,
Yeah. Yeah.
you move. I hope you will remove the mantle of chaplaincy and stand up for yourself. Donna is going to kill me on that, but because when these people want to destroy you, I think you have to stand up. Sometimes justice required you standing up for yourself, especially character assassination like that.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Thank you.
A chaplain is not a fixer, but Lisa can fix it.
I'm gonna try to. I don't know. It's a tough situation. Because the bishop was like, I mean, it seems real legitimate. It seems real. I mean, and I was like, yeah, because he's highly intelligent. Yeah, he can write a good letter. But then he started saying things like Cam Newton was at the church trying to kill him, and Cam Newton is a football player. He ain't never been in our church, so I don't know. So whatever, I don't know. But I thank y'all. I appreciate it. It's just like such a weight, and stress, but I feel a little bit more relief right now. I appreciate it. I'll take back my time and allow, you guys to use the rest. Sorry for taking so much.
We had some very heavy verbatims today. How are you in this space now after having gone through those very challenging verbatims?
After release mine, I feel so relief. That's why I like to do it the first time, I have a heavy load when I have it, and when I release, when I give it my verbatim, I can take the class so relaxed, so calm, with the worry to give it to. I always like to do that be the first one, because to hold all the emotions I have it for the verbatim and stay in the class, for long time. Sometimes it's not an easy for me. That's why I have to release all the emotion, all the stress that I have on me through the verbatim to share with you. Because the feedbacks all that you guys always give it to me help me a lot. Help me to grow, which is my goal. That's why I getting you fresh, and you can give it give it to me the best feedback, because in the end everybody's tired, and sometimes we just share our thoughts just to fill the time, not really to just to fulfill the time, and we are kind of tired, you know, boring, you can say that. And I like to do the verbatims first, and I want to share that with you. And most of the times in the hospital, there is an intensive encounters, with different denominations, with different uh, orientation system, with different characters. And I've been seeing like 80 patients per day minimum, and some of them I told Juan last semester I can write down one verbatim every day, an intensive verbatims, because the life up there is so intense right now. You can walk in the streets and you can feel it. You can go into the store, you see the face of the people, try to go to the store to relieve the feelings, to have some therapy. I mean, in the hospital, I've been seeing the nurses, the doctors, the all the employers, the staff, the maintenance, and everyone I spoke was the same. A lot of traumas, a lot of traumas. That's why when I've been in the hospital, I try to looking for a secret space where I can be by myself. Because if I in the kitchen eating, somebody's gonna be sitting next to me and start talking to me. And as a chaplain, as a pastor, I cannot ignore them. It's hard for us ignoring the people. And yeah, the verbatims, each one reaching us, reaching myself. You know, I learn how to handle the situations. And today, like Alice verbatim wasn't easy. Wasn't easy. And I feel relief. When San last this week, I have to take an extra day off. So I've been working only 4 days through the week. And I get just one day just to make everything for the school. To have time to rest when I get back to the work. Because I am a full-time worker in the hospital. Working a couple of nights as a standby. Sometimes they call me at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I have to be at the hospital. And full-time in the school, full-time as a parent, and so on and so on. And an assistant pastor in the church. So I have too much in my plate, so I have to speak with my manager and ask for one extra day off, at least in the school time, in the class time. In these 2 months and a half at least. And they were agreed. So tomorrow I'm gonna have a day off. Because I have to take care of myself. Self-care, self-aware about my feelings. And as I always say, being in this time, in this special time when we can share our feelings, could be also a healing time for us. For me, it's a healing time. Listen, the struggles that we have, the problems that we have faced, we face it, the traumas that sometimes we have it. Like Alisa say, it's a healing time. It's a healing time. I mean, we can feel the space, the God around us in this moment. The secret time and the space that we create in this moment to be open, just to be open, to be who we are. Because out there we try to, one of my friends who is a pastor say, we act like a clowns because we smile to the people and crying inside. And sometimes as a pastor, we have to show a face that sometimes we don't have it. And this space is created for us to cry with any regret to be in judgment or to be criticized. Oh, look at the pastor is crying. No, this is a special space for us, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks for sharing, Marcelo. Ah, why am I calling you Alfredo?
I hear you.
No, we had in our previous class, it was Marcelo. So I'm sorry for them. Marcelo. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Why do you have to work full time? Is it the 300 hours or you work extra at the hospital?
The hospital, I work 40 hours per week, plus the time when I been in a standby.
Oh, that is a job, not the CPE hours.
That's the job and count as a clinical hours.
CPE, yeah, okay.
Yeah. And for me, it's not a job, it's a calling. Yeah. And also I'm being the assistant pastor, helping my brother with the church in Santa Barbara, who is 75 miles away from Santa Maria. So I travel with my family every weekend with my wife and my sons to the church in Santa Barbara.
I am really tired emotionally. I'm dealing with a daughter who has cardio problem, who has been having severe asthma attacks for the last 2 weeks, on and off, because she has heart issues. They're all interconnected, so she needs to go. We finally found an appointment for her tomorrow with the cardiologist, which is great, but I just feel tired because the asthma treatments every 4 hours, which means I love sleep. If anybody who knows me know that the best thing you can give me in this life is sleep. I love sleep. I don't compromise my sleep. So I've not slept. I have been waking every 4 hours, which means I'm always like, even before the alarm rings, within the 4 hours, I'm up. I'm just afraid. How is she breathing? Without sleep, I'm useless. So I'm a little useless right now. And that's why I sent and apologize. I sent my verbatim this early morning because I planned to send it yesterday. I couldn't do it because I was, tired. But I'm going to go swim after this. So, yeah, that's self-care.
You for sharing that. I'm gonna help you in my prayers, you and your daughter.
Yes, please, please. Yeah, I have a child with multiple levels of disability. Poor broken body. She's gone through just a lot. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. I'll keep your daughter lifted in prayer.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Glad you're getting self-care after this class.
Yes, water is very therapeutic for me.
Mm.
Yeah. It's like in the water, you forget everything, you forget for a minute, everything else. Yeah.
Lisa and Lisa, I owe you my prayers and I'll mention your intentions. Thank you.
Thank you. That is my girl, the one who is sick.
Hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, I saw roses and another in the water.
Okay, okay, Yoni, that's fine.
Welcome. What's your name?
She cannot really talk, but she says something you can really hear.
Mommy, what's
What's your
her
name? Johannes.
Johannes. It's okay. Johannes, your mommy's other family, all of us greet you, okay? You're welcome.
Do sign language. You can do sign language. If you can speak, do sign language. Okay?
You that we love you, okay?
How do you say love you? Yoni, please. Please go and remove it. Go to your room and remove it, please. So I'm sorry about that.
You've just
That
given
was
me what she
Alice.
needed.
That was Alice as spiritual guide, and she guided her away. Fix.
Quick fix. Chaplaincy hat off. She wanted to just, she'll be telling you her stories and show you her doll and that's what she loves doing. So
Why are you laughing, Alice? You're on mute, but that might be a good thing. But why?
I'm I'm honestly very hungry. I took lunch talking to the doctor. I didn't, well, my self-care talking to the doctor, so I haven't eaten.
Well, go and eat. All of you be safe. Thank you for your work and your sharing and our time together. I will see you next week with your mid-unit evaluations. All right. Take